Howdy, fellas. I saw somebody say howdy in YouTube chat, and I was like, that sounds like a good word to say. Howdy. Happy Friday. Aw, classic. I've been shrinkified already. That's okay. I didn't really need my height for anything today. Unfortunately, it will not assist me in the challenge that I've laid out before us. OMG, it's EG? Well, who else did you expect to see here? Gary? I mean, I guess you could. One of these days, maybe we'll have a Gary-only stream. I'll let him just be totally, completely in charge, but that's not today. Wow! Yeehaw to you? Thanks. When I say yee, y'all say haw. Yee? Looks at you waiting for a response. You said you needed height? Not right now, not for today. Yeah, let's go, that's what I want to see, that's what I want to see. Lots of haws. Now it looks like you guys are just laughing in the chat going, ha 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 ha. You fell for my evil master plan. Don't you get all distracted from telling me about tasty traditional breakfasts because EG is here? What traditional breakfast are we talking about? What breakfast? I like breakfast. I happen to be partial to breakfasts. I like those, they're tasty. My height does not help me today because the challenge we're doing is drawing, and turns out being short does not limit my ability to draw. Being teeny tiny, as much as my hands may be smaller, it may make it harder to reach with my feet and maybe my mouth, but it will still work out a-okay. Hydrate, snack? Hell yeah, will do. Let me get my... Oh. There's one. Oh, you know, I don't actually have a snack nearby. We'll have to do something about that at some point. I'll figure out a solution to that. I don't have a snack nearby because Jubby and I are preparing for dinner tonight. We're probably gonna watch the tournament from somewhere rather interesting. Oh, Gary, you had nothing to say about that? Really? Gary, did you have nothing to say? Gary? Gary? Hello? Gary? Gary, you okay? Gary? What are you doing, man? Gary, has your mouth been sealed shut? Did you eat too much concrete? Did it set up inside your mouth and prevent you from talking? You're supposed to be speaking. My man? What's going on? Check in? Gary? What's happening? I can tell it's not sending because his mouth isn't moving. I have a worry. I have a concern. Hang on. Let me put him back into on my front mode. I wonder if somehow it got confused and now it thinks that one of these Garys is the correct Gary and one Gary is the incorrect Gary. Therefore, since we have temporarily an imposter Gary, it's not working. Hang on. So Gary in baby mode, do you speak? No, Gary in baby mode does not speak. Gary, what are you doing? Why do you just randomly on this lovely, beautiful Friday in November, on the day of my tournament, the day where I'm supposed to stress myself out drawing miscellaneous strange things, why are you not speaking to us? Have you grown too shy? Was there too much talk yesterday? Did you not like being placed in this position yesterday? Gary demands silence. Gary is, yeah, I guess he is going on strike. What? See, this is the thing. I don't know if I've especially talked about this at length, but as a VTuber, you just have to be prepared for things that have always worked and have never had a problem before to just one day when you wake up, not work for no clearly discernible reason. Gary. Gary's making a statement without words. I can still read what you said anyway, but we may need to refund Lance for that. Here, I'll read in Gary's monotone little voice. I'll pretend to be him. I'll channel Gary, because he did learn from me after all. I think he takes after me in a lot of ways. He got his voice from me. Hey, what's up, gamers? It's your favorite boy here, Gary, and I'd like to mention that I am now just realizing that parent getting short also makes me be squished, and I am not the biggest fan of that. Clearly, you're not the biggest fan of that, because you won't even complain. You're just thinking your thoughts. You're thinking about your complaints, and you're not sharing them with the class, which I wish you would. I wish you would share them with the class. See, the trouble I'm having right now also is that the methodology by which Gary speaks says that he is working properly. But if I tell him to speak, via the mycelium, nothing comes out. Let me see, yeah, okay, this seems correct. Oh? What? My connections. Twitch. My Twitch is connected properly. That all seems to be connected properly. Yeah, that all looks normal. I guess Gary is just on strike. It's not an audio source issue because watch, if I test him, there's a thing I can do where I can just tell him to speak. I can type things in for him manually to say, and if I hit the button to tell him to say it, his mouth doesn't move, which means he's broken. That means there's multiple problems happening. That means VTS Pog itself is not working, I think. Because there's no audio. Usually if you guys can't hear it, I can still hear it, but nothing's happening. So, well, Gary, I guess, is just on strike today, so for that reason, I may just silence him entirely to make sure nobody accidentally wastes their cash. Severed from the World Wide Web. Maybe, I don't know if people have been having similar trouble as I have. 2 days, not in a row, but 2 days this week, Twitter has been down for me. And I wonder if there could be something related in the fact that there have been, you know, some troubles with infrastructure. VTS Pog is having API problems with stream elements. Ah, that could be it. I see. But let me just turn off his ability, or your ability to do the redeem for Shroomate TTS, just to make sure that nobody accidentally spans their shmoney. They just said something about it on the Discord. What do you mean just? Do they say it within the last 10 minutes? That'd be really funny. That'd be really funny timing for me. Shmelons uses Cloudflare. Did they fix that? That was what I was wondering, if that was what was going on, potentially. Because I knew that that was what was impacting Twitter earlier this week, and then probably again this morning was impacting it again. How peculiar. This truly is the reminder that, have you ever seen that graphic where it's a bunch of building blocks together and they're like all stacked up in layers and layers and layers, and then there's just this one tiny little narrow building block that instead of being horizontal is vertical, really low to the bottom. And then when that one, and it's usually something that's maintained by like one person doing it out of the good of their heart, and when that thing goes like whap and falls out, everything above it just kind of like domino effect, like bam, 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 all the way down the line. And I think that's what it is. I think it was an XKCD, was it? And it's built on AWS and Cloudflare. Yeah. So if we have an infrastructure problem with something that's very low in that building block process that gets us to the more complicated interwebs, man, does everything go down. Isn't there a way for VTS Pog to handle channel point redeems itself instead of going through Steam elements? Or stream elements? I don't know. Technically, I don't think mine, as far as I know, goes through stream elements. Mine is connected directly to my Twitch, but it just seems like the program itself is not working at all, period, right now. So I don't know. AWS has been unstable with a lot of online games the past couple of months. Oh man, we've really been having internet infrastructure problems at large. Do you guys remember there was that shutdown to, something in Microsoft's infrastructure? That was months ago now, but that goofed up everything and everyone. There was one like that was years ago where it goofed up like the trains and the planes and everyone who worked anywhere. That one was interesting. Putting a new edit of that old XKCD meme in memes. I will find that so we can see it. So let me explain to you what I'm here for. We'll show you the meme once we teleport out of this room. Also, I'm very happy to be an Uma. Thank you. Wait, who did it? Whom Umafied me? Selma. Thank you. So, hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today, I am doing a strange challenge, and there's a reason I'm doing a strange challenge, and it is because I want to find ways to inspire creativity when we are not necessarily having fun drawing. When you're feeling like there's too much pressure to draw and too much pressure to create something that feels finished and perfect and super refined. Something that we can just do that is silly and fun and can take that pressure off. Because, you know, as much as it may seem like I have a very healthy, good relationship with art, not always. Sometimes I get in my head too and I start thinking, oh man, what am I even doing? Why am I doing this? This isn't turning out right. Just take a break. Stop. It's not time for it right now. Or you just get stumped and you don't know what to draw, or you don't know what to practice. sometimes there's just fun, silly little activities that we can do that can sort of ignite that spark again, can help you enjoy things again. And this is one of those activities that I think falls into the category of make yourself suffer ever so slightly doing things a way you wouldn't normally do it, so that way you appreciate the way you usually do things. Helps you have fresh eyes on something. But then at the same time, this may also be able to just help you to loosen up a little bit with the way you're drawing. You may like aspects of it. With music every 2 months or so. Yeah! So I don't know if this will help with music feeling similarly, but for art, digital art or traditional art, this is a challenge that I've had my students do before, which is really funny in class. We couldn't do it when I did digital painting, but I did it when I taught figure drawing, which was very interesting. So the challenge is to draw the same thing 6 times. I know I only listed like 3 of the ways that you draw it. We'll see how much time I have for completing all 6, just because, you know me, I'm a bit of a yapper. I'm not very quick with it. I'm not very quick with anything. But the ways we're going to attempt to draw the same subject are by first using our dominant hand, which for me is my right hand, then with your non-dominant hand, left hand, then with your foot. We're not going to use both feet, because I'd imagine both feet are going to turn out relatively similarly, so 1 foot. Then one with your mouth, one with your eyes closed, and one upside down. So this is just truly to just goof around and to see what may be effective. Don't know, you might be more dominant with your right foot. I tried both of my feet, and I would just say that even if you're more dominant in 1 foot, the type of dexterity that is required for drawing isn't something that your feet are likely to be able to do. Wash your brush before you use the mouth, after using the foot. Oh, wait, mouth first. I might have listed them in the wrong order. I'm gonna do mouth before foot. Don't accidentally transfer things from your feet to your mouth. 6? Yes, 6. Hang on, I'll show you the graphic. We'll teleport. Let's teleport in here and I'll show you the graphic. Oh, not the right room. This is the wrong room. I mean, I guess you can see now. Hang on, I clicked the wrong place. Looks interesting. This isn't what I wanted to do. Try again. There we go. This is what I wanted. This is the correct room. So, tuck that back in there. Yippee! So yeah, right hand, left hand, mouth, foot, eyes closed, and then upside down. And when I say upside down, I'm not going to turn myself upside down. I'm going to turn the whole canvas upside down and then try and recreate it upside down. Eyes closed would be fire. I am amused to see how eyes closed goes. I did a little test before stream for the thumbnail of doing this, and I used Gary as my victim. This was for just the thumbnail, but it actually didn't go that poorly. I was amazed. So here was my right hand drawing of Gary. Look how cute and perfect he is. He looks exactly the way he should. Could I turn the model upside down? Yeah, here, I'll turn myself upside down for that, so that way we can understand what's going on. Victim? Yeah, I mean, I would call what I did to him unkind in these 3 images. But look, right hand, pretty decent, right? I mean, that is my dominant hand, but left hand, I can still tell this is Gary. Everything's a little bit shakier, but like some of these curves, once I figured it out, I started hitting my stride with it. And he's surprisingly recognizable, but the true thing that I was really surprised by was that the mouth. I have discovered the technique that helps me to draw with my mouth more effectively. And it's like drawing with your hand, honestly. Drawing with your hand, often you have a direction that you find the easiest to draw in. So usually for me, if I'm using my hand, I can do curves in this direction. This direction's not as easy. Horizontals are very hard for me, verticals are very easy. That's usually where I struggle. With my mouth, I can always draw a better line, it seems, with my mouth if I'm going from right to left. I had determined while I was doing this. So a couple of these, once I figured it out, like this line went surprisingly well. Some of these went surprisingly well. So we'll take that knowledge and use it to our benefit. Secret 5th challenge, put the pen between your elbows. I see what you're trying to do, but I'll let you know. That's not a very safe for work. suggestion, but I'll let you know, I can touch my elbows together and nothing changes. I'm built like a cutting board, for I am not a girl. Oh, everybody's figuring out genders of each other in my YouTube chat. Very kind of you all to properly use pronouns for each other. That is very nice. Is the right on the left and the left on the right? No, the right is on the right and the left is on the left. In this one, right and left are top and bottom, but I'm trying to keep things that are going to be a little bit maybe more similar to each other together. I made this silly template. If any of you want to do this challenge also while I'm doing it. Oh wait, I forgot. I had a little like background color too I was going to use, but I think I accidentally edited something after. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Huh, good work. Try again. There we go. Little background color. Here, I'll give you, if you guys want the template, if you want to try it yourself, let me save and export this so you can test it if you want while I'm doing it. 6 ways of drawing shadows. And also, by no means did I come up with this. People were like, I had a couple people saying, "E.G., this is so creative. This is so interesting. Well, how do you come up with things like this?" I didn't come up with this. I have modified an exercise that is very similar. I believe the exercise that I saw in a teaching art pedagogy book was to draw with your left hand, right hand, mouth, and eyes closed. I had added upside down and foot just because I thought they'd be silly. And when I teach this in the classroom, sometimes we actually do other versions too, where we'll have to draw, what other ones were there? You have to draw only like the negative space of things, or draw a continuous line where you can't pick your pen up, stuff like that. Because when I was teaching this drawing course, we had a lot longer to work than I am for using for stream. We didn't have to do it all in one day either. Not that I technically have to do this all in one day, but it might be a little odd to do it all in one day. How are you, Ms. Boss? Yeah, jury's still out on what prefix I use, but I'm doing great. How are you? Amirichu doing this? It wouldn't surprise me. I saw Clara Charmwood of Niji-Sanji En do this recently, and I was like, wait, I should do my version of this. You're so smart. I want to do it. What? Some of my favorite elbows and arm squishing for the aesthetic are of any gender would welcome both Wonho and Kate Winslet. See, gender does not matter for the squishing of elbows together. However, I'm immune to that. I'm immune. Doesn't do anything for me. Nothing changes other than my elbows touch each other. That's it. I just did it. Nothing really happens. But anyway, so let me save this. Did I save it already? I did. I'm gonna stick it in the Discord server if you guys would like to goof around with it. I'm gonna stick it in live suggestions. Live suggestions said I had a new message, but I don't see it now. Oh, Amber said stuck the thing in memes, which might be why I'm just remembering what I was looking for in here. But here, in live suggestions, if you guys would like to try drawing this, there's the template I am using, at least. Let me find the meme. Where is memes found in my own server? There it is! Yeah! Oh wow, this is an updated image. There we go. Lovely. This is what's going on. Yeah, modern digital infrastructure. Whatever Microsoft is doing, AI is going to knock it all over. Unpaid open source developers, this is the really important piece right here. That little piece right there, important. Linux Foundation, DNS, which is just an empty void. Cloudflare, AWS supporting the other end of this, so this is the nightmare zone where everything falls over. Yeah, this sounds about right to me. Hey, I want to do the Secret Santa thing, but I haven't been able to source a reference for the character since it's quite complicated. Can I just apply text? Yes! Although technically the submission for it did close. It ended yesterday night. I've already started to contact fellows who were involved with it. I want to make sure no one's left behind. Worst case scenario, if anyone is not done, please make sure you're done by the time I'm done stream today, because I believe tomorrow I'm going to do the bulk of reaching out to others to attempt to make sure that everyone has somebody they're matched up with whose permissions for the character or how they want the character to be drawn versus what they're comfortable drawing lines up correctly. Submission is not in extra credits, so I'm not sure where to find it. It's in... Go to announcements. You can find it there. I didn't make an extra credit page for it, although I guess I could have. That may have been easier for finding it. Maybe I'll make an extra credit page just there to stick things in temporarily. What about left foot, right foot? Nah, we're not separating feet for this. My left foot, actually I can't even see to draw if I try and draw with my right foot on the screen because it blocks all my vision and it would block my leap motion and everything too badly for it to be effective for streaming also. Favorite is the tasty seafloor cables. Oh, I did see the seafloor cables in the bottom corner earlier. But to get this started, I did sketch myself out because I figure the right hand is the part that's not going to be the most interesting. We know that I can draw with my right hand. I'm gonna just be doing sort of clean sketches of whatever element it is that I am drawing. And I'm going to be removing the assist that I had in the Gary version. In the Gary version, I was using a line art tool, and therefore my line art tool had a stabilizer in it that I think may have been making things look like I was doing better than I was. So I am just going to... Whoops, not using that one. Don't like that. I'm going to use a pen that does not have a stabilizer in it, which I think is this one. Yeah, that'll work. So I'll very quickly line this one, and then we'll start sketching the other ones. Add solar weather at the bottom most. Yeah, for that graphic, if we added solar weather, we could then also make it so that that graphic could be used to explain... Oh wait, I should use a line art layer. We could use that graphic in order to explain the Mario speedrun. That somehow, because of... I don't even remember. Alpha radiation particle or something was able to... I don't even remember how that went. How does that go? There was a Mario speedrun where because of some solar event, it switched some 1 and 0 in the code somewhere of whatever game they were playing and caused an impossible speedrun to occur, which can never be duplicated because the amount of luck it took for that to even be possible is already so insane. So that game is just at its peak. Was that Mario 64? For some reason I thought it was one of the 2D Marios, but it very well could be, I guess. Mario 64 Clock Tower map section that glitched them through a block. Whoa, that's so nuanced. I know, it was insane when it happened. And I'd imagine it's gonna continue to be insane forever. But yeah, the insanity where, you know, Enderium is not understating it. Wait, hang on. I think that was debunked. Was it really debunked? How did that happen then? Did they just manage to trigger a glitch that nobody else was triggering somehow? Solar eclipse in-game or IRL? IRL. It wasn't a solar eclipse. It was some solar event. I don't quite know how it went. Wait, it wasn't that one? It wasn't what one? Am I thinking of a different one? Is there more than one insane Mario glitch? I'd believe it. I feel like that's one of those things that can happen. Ionizing particle from space affecting Mario 64. Yeah, that's what it was. An ionizing particle from space. So are we saying that that was disproved? Or which one? So that was true. Apparently official term is a cosmic ray bit flip. Radiation from sun at right time manages to affect the system. Might be thinking of a solar flare. Sounds like a conspiracy theory. It kind of does sound a little bit like a conspiracy theory, which is funny to me. But how else would you explain it? Like, I think they had analyzed the copy of the game that the speedrun was being attempted on to clearly determine that it wasn't because that person was cheating or using like a hack or something. But I don't know. For 5 seconds we're in science class. Hey, what do you expect? This is an educational stream. Sometimes we're doing science, sometimes we're doing art, sometimes we're doing science and art at the same time. One of these days, have I ever told you about one of the original things I wanted to do for Squiiji, for content on my YouTube. I don't know how this would work out, but I would love to do this someday, some way, somehow, if I had more time. So, you guys are aware that I have a degree in organic chem, I believe. I think I've talked about it before, both seemingly a lot of the time when Al shows up among us, but also just in general, it's a degree that I have. I'm very proud of it. I don't use my knowledge that I gained from it really all that often, unfortunately, just because it's, as an artist, my ability to synthesize pigments does not become very relevant in the digital art and character design world, you know? And I haven't really gotten to, wow! I haven't really gotten to use my chem skills in a long time, because initially I had gone to school to get some of that chem because I wanted to do art restoration and conservation. That is still my goal someday, some way, somehow. However, because of COVID and also because of a lot of other nonsense going on, actually, especially including new nonsense too, that has now become something that is much more challenging to achieve. And it seems like it may not even be worthwhile to work towards anymore, unfortunately. But I do still love chem, and I do love the understanding of the world which it has given me. Originally, once upon a time, back when I was going to be starting my YouTube channel, I had intended to make some shorts or make some little videos where I was going to explain just different parts of organic chem synthesis to you in like a blackboard drawing like function, because I noticed that there are a number of like analytical chem and organic chem YouTubers out there. I actually watched a ton of them when I was in school for organic chem, because organic chem is usually the one that receives the reputation for being the most annoying chem to take. Students who weren't me hated it, despised it, complained about it, didn't want anything to do with it in advance. I loved it, but therefore needed, you know, maybe an extra helping hand, so that was all related to it. Oh, Namari, thank you for the 25 bits. I appreciate it. Graduate in a degree of science by the end of the stream? Whoa! I don't know how you're gonna do that, but congrats. But that is what I would like. I had liked to do that at some point, because the other thing that bugged me about seeing those, like, sort of like blackboard style, here's how we do synthesis, here is how we get from this compound to this compound, here's, you know, how where we break bonds, here's where we create bonds and all of that. They lack a little bit of artistic je ne sais quoi. They were all usually done in a handwriting that I found maybe barely legible at best. And I was like, what if we made them cute? And what if we made them pastel? And what if we made them friendly? I was like, I should. Students who weren't me. I loved organic chem. I like organic chem because it's visual. Most of the people who I had met when I was in the sciences were very, of course, analytical, but they were more fan of like math and physics than they were of anything that required visual deduction, perhaps? So with with organic chem, when you're doing synthesis, you're identifying what atoms are a part of a compound and what sort of structures they are forming, so that way you can determine based on what they're connected to, where bonds will break, where they are likely to attach to other molecules, where that's all going to take place. And it seemed like students who did not have as much of a background in visual arts struggle with that more. Inorganic's better, carbon's too complicated and stinky. Hey, I like organic chem. Don't call it stinky, because part of the problem that I also had was that I was so scared to do organic chem when I was going into it, just because, you know, everyone around me complained and moaned and groaned and were like, it's awful, you're gonna hate it, it's terrible, nobody likes it, you're going to fail, it's gonna suck. I was so scared to take it. I was so scared. I was so nervous. I was like, this is gonna suck, I'm gonna struggle, this is gonna be what destroys my GPA as a student. I had a really good GPA, I was like, it's over. And then I loved it. But I think the fear-mongering going on with it was entirely unnecessary, and I think it just came out of the fact that, you know, it's definitely not gonna be everybody's cup of tea. but maybe don't intimidate people out of trying something before they've even given it a shot. Yeah, methane is stinkier, but we do have methane going on in organic chem also sometimes. So it's not like you escape from smelly gases just because we're inorganic. Organic chem is stinky. Yeah, a lot of it is much to do, just when people say it's mostly puzzle-like. Yes, yes, that's honestly a fantastic way of putting it, is that it is so much like solving a puzzle. You're right. And I think that's why I personally enjoyed it, because the satisfaction of finally figuring out how this chemical becomes this other chemical compound, what other things we're introducing, or, you know, finding the path between them, did feel like I was playing like a puzzle solving game or something. That's why I like math, and I understand 'cause it's like a puzzle. That's fair. I guess math is sort of like a puzzle too, but I don't tend to think of math being as much. I just enjoy the fact that when I was doing the synthesis, it was all much more visual. That made it much easier for me, at least. Oh, hi, how are you doing? I'm good, how are you, Ari? Organic was hard enough, and if you're taking organic, or you're talking organic, I mean, honestly, my grades were probably better in inorganic than they were in organic, just because I got to take inorganic during the pandemic. So, as much as I didn't handle it this way necessarily, everything was kind of open note because the professors had... Huh? Hello? What was that? Oh, that was the sound alerts. That was loud. What? Okay, you silly goose. I totally even forgot I had added that. I like looked around my premises. I was like, is there something outside? Confused why my cough sounded like a goose. Did you cough at the exact time that went through? That honk honestly works as a jump scare. What was I saying? Well, I don't remember what I was saying now. Oh, I think I may have done better in inorganic because of pandemic. My teacher ended up holding the class as like almost open note all the time, just because there was not really any good way of preventing cheating at that point in time. So I think my grades were better in inorganic, but honestly, I liked organic chem better. I passed organic chem without really much trouble. At least you didn't squeak like an ant? Do ants squeak? No swearing? It was the goose swearing. Did the goose swear? Off topic, sorry if you've heard this question multiple times. Just haven't seen an announcement. Are you gonna continue to make YouTube videos? I would love to. I would love to continue to make YouTube videos. I've been editing a YouTube video for... I mean, this is the thing to say about it, which is that I wrote the script for this YouTube video almost 2 years ago, and I have been editing it, and I've actually redone the script and restarted editing it at least twice, and it's like halfway edited at this point, I think. I have to re-record a line for it, but sadly I just haven't been able to prioritize that right now. There have been other things that I have had to put my focus on instead, sadly. So that's why I haven't released one. I haven't made any official announcement because it's not like I'm gone. I am still here. Yeah, I just really like your videos. Thank you. I'm glad you like them. I'm sorry it's been so long. But it ain't easy being a YouTuber these days. Especially when you gotta pay the bills. And for as much as YouTube was kind to me sometimes, it didn't pay the bills. I have to focus on the bill paying right now these days. The time that used to go towards working on YouTube videos, nowadays is going towards my consultation work, so it does help. It ain't easy being Squiiji. No, it ain't. Wait, you're tracing it? Where's the challenge in that? This is my right hand. This is my right hand. When you go to left hand, I'm gonna sketch the whole thing from scratch. And then that'll be the challenge. The right hand drawing part is not really meant to be a challenge. It's just supposed to be the thing that you compare whatever you have at the end to. So this is my warm-up. So that way you can see what I am capable of. Look at this cute little EG. Engagement bait and quick and easy reaction videos to pay bills. Okay, but I can't do that. I can't do that. Morally, I can't let myself do engagement bait and quick reaction videos. That is empty content, and I can't do that. I know you're not actually genuinely suggesting that I do that, but I am a shroom of integrity, and I will not just go for a quick buck. That's not how I work. AG, how's your health? I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I did get some answers, and by answers I mean some more tests I get to do to get the answers about my health, but I'm feeling better than I had been just because I've been taking my medication for longer now. That has helped, thankfully, but still waiting to figure out exactly what is going on with me. You know how it goes. I feel like I picked too thick of a line art for this, but that's okay. Yes, will be fine. Answer, not rats. That's true. E.G. Doll video's been sitting in a dusty attic for a while now. Hoshi, did you finish it? Did you finish that? Did you finish it? Oh, wait, was there skip the line? I didn't see it. Hang on. Wait, oh, there was. A sparrow. Congrats on skipping the line. Let me write you down on my sticky note of line skips. Are you ready to go on Monday? Perhaps, maybe? ESPERO_TV. Are you ready to go on Monday? Because you can go on Monday if you're ready, if you're submitted, and all of that. But if you're just redeeming it for the future, like Chili and Cotton Candy Floss and Edward had, that's A-okay. Yeah, I'm ready for Monday. Yippee! Congrats! Congrats on saving up enough you can afford it. I'm proud of you for your savings. Just gonna find the link to submit the design. Exclamation point critique will give you the link to submit. Bella's been so useful. Yeah, I'm glad you have that. It does get my attention because it is suddenly a big gold thing happening in the chat. Yippee! Yay! Hello everyone, hi! Because of time shift, I can only watch live on Friday. No! That's okay though, I appreciate that you're still here on the Friday. I'm sorry you got time shifted though. It does make things a little more challenging. What was I talking about though? I was talking about, oh, the fact that I haven't released a video yet. I've been editing one for a while, and I think I've actually told you guys what the topic of it is. And it's a topic that unfortunately just perpetually stays relevant as much as I wish it wouldn't. Did I tell you what it was? I can't remember. Do you guys remember if I told you what it was? Do you remember what I told you if I did tell you? Oh, I should take roll at some point here too. I'll take roll when I finish the right hand, because we're not gonna like color this or anything. I just wanted to establish my baseline of skill level with my right hand so we can see it. Don't know what it was? The government? No, not the government. Oh, she's got it. Yeah, on copying. On copying versus taking inspiration versus coincidence in VTuber designs. Not the partner one. The partner one? Partner one. What was the partner one? I don't remember any specific partner-related video I was working on. But yeah, so unfortunately, copying designs, or allegedly copying designs, is something that is still kind of relevant in VTubing. It seems to never stop. I'm always getting more opportunities to have more screenshots of people talking about it on Twitter. So use those to my advantage. That's a fascinating video topic. Yeah, and it's one that I do have some specific feelings about as an art teacher, because I have to deal in the classroom, or historically had to deal, with copying in a number of forms, which did include plagiarism, but wasn't exclusively plagiarism, because it also included just, you know, straight up tracing, among other things. But in VTubing, we just need to talk about it, because I think that unfortunately, a lot of artists are very complacent when it comes to handling clients who want a carbon copy of someone else's design. But then again, at the same time, a lot of the claims that somebody has copied someone else's design, I have found to be almost entirely baseless, because it's just reusing a similar concept in a different manner. As a teacher, how do you handle that? In the classroom, usually we have to follow whatever the university sets forth as their plagiarism policy, so often that does require students to be removed from the class, whether that be being kicked out. Sometimes it's just losing a letter grade or being on academic probation, but most schools have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to plagiarism. And the places that I had worked were no different in that way. However, some of the teachers were a little bit too lax with it for my comfort, and it drove me a little bit bonkers. Some cases, like this week's Pink Demon, is just an unfortunate case. Someone designs an OC, doesn't realize someone else has already popularized a very similar design. Yeah, like, sometimes it can just be coincidental, unfortunately. And that's one of those things where sometimes we can tell something's a coincidence, especially if it's using a concept that isn't maybe the deepest concept ever. So, like, Pink Demon. That's not a very layered or very complex concept for a character design. We could probably list off the top of our heads, like, a ton of people, not just people, but like VTubers, game characters, characters in just miscellaneous places, who already share that concept. So in those circumstances, the best thing we can do is just encourage people to further differentiate themselves. But also, there's no reason to have a call-out campaign on Twitter about most of these things. That is something that is best handled privately in DMs like a mature adult. How high is the burden of proof on plagiarism in the class setting? It can be kind of tough. In digital art, when I taught digital painting, it was way easier to prove, because the thing that we would run into the most in digital art was direct one-to-one copy plagiarism, where people would just trace over someone else's work because they can just download it off the internet and then trace it. So often when I found out somebody was plagiarizing something, I could just find the image that they had plagiarized on the interwebs myself without too much effort, and then, put, an overlay of it on top of what they had done. And that would be what I'd present to administration to say, hey, this person traced this. I've made it very clear in the class that that is not something they're permitted to do, and they did it anyway, and then from there it's usually out of my hands. But it is tough. It is frustrating. How to handle things if you're using somebody's art to figure out how to add that particular type of art in something you're working on. I'm not familiar enough really to understand the rules of it, like when it's culturally linked. So what it sounds like you're describing sounds like it would fall into inspiration, because as long as you're not directly tracing over something, I would say that there is not any one particular person that owns an art style, even though there are many artists potentially on TikTok and Twitter and Instagram who may believe otherwise. You can't own an art style. That's not how it works. If that was the case, then there would have been an incredible amount of infighting in past art historical movements. Because, people can be inspired by something. Is it maybe not the nicest thing to do if you are mimicking somebody's exact art style too closely? Yes, but legally that's not an issue in some way. Yeah, art style theft is a whole thing, yeah, because you don't understand copyright law. Is it a kind thing to do to one-to-one mimic somebody else's art style? No, it's not a very nice thing to do. Legally, it's not a problem though, which is where all that plagiarism stuff comes into play, pretty much exclusively. But if you are referencing somebody else's art and replicating things they're using in their style, I would suggest that as long as you are using more than one reference of a person, say, for this, I'm using somebody's nose, for this one, I'm using someone else's eyes or something like that. That would be how you stay sort of ethically above water in those circumstances. But it is tough. If Nintendo could, they would. Yeah, also, yeah, Disney, if they could, they would. So many things would if they could. This is the reason why you can get away with, if you do commissions in a style that seems similar to some piece of media that already exists. I very briefly did commission work, not under Squiiji, but just for myself, in the style of the Peanuts. And as long as you aren't invoking the name of the company, they don't own that art style. I can draw a Peanut style character, and as long as I'm not saying that that's what I'm doing, they can't do anything about it. They don't own that part. That's my art, and I designed a character that doesn't exist in their show, so it's totally fine. Sometimes there's just style studies done, but often there's a bunch of differences between them still. Often, yes. So even, Roku, if you are referencing somebody else's work, you are going to end up putting your own spin on it, probably, regardless of whether you are intending to or not, just because that's how we work as people. It's kind of hard to not make something more your own when you are working as a reference, as long as you are not tracing, which I am sure you are not doing. Working my own VTuber design, actually kind of scared of having a similar design and being accused of copying. I will tell you that as long as you are being conscious of it, I genuinely don't think you're going to run into a problem. And I do think that one of the reasons why I'm making this video is to remind people that we need to be mature adults about situations like this, where it doesn't benefit anyone to make a public scene when it seems like somebody's copying your art, when it seems like somebody is doing something. The only things we make a public scene about are the kinds of things that it doesn't make sense to handle in private because there is no route to handle it in private. And what I mean by that is that, you know, when somebody gets wrongfully banned on YouTube or on Twitch, those are the kinds of things that make sense to call out on a wider platform because you need help. Those businesses do not really particularly care about us on a personal basis, so we take to the masses to get their help. Dogpiling a company, especially a really big company, is, you know, sometimes unfortunately kind of necessary. A company isn't a person, so it's not like I'm hurting an individual also by doing that. And it's usually because you've been wronged in a way that is very easily shown and proved. But, if you suspect that somebody is copying your art style or copying your design or copying really anything that you think is yours, take it up with them one-on-one because it does not reflect very kindly on you to be the one going to make call-out posts. There's a reason why there's all those jokes about the whole, like, Google Docy and all of that stuff, and it's because there's not a lot of conflict management skills to be seen in the VTuber sphere. Not to say community, I don't think the VTuber zone is a community by any means at all, but it's a lot of people who just haven't been in a workplace where they necessarily had to learn that, maybe? So handling things like that one-on-one is the best circumstance, is the best way to do it. And then only and only if they are refusing to change, you could talk about it with others, but at the same time, you are going to cause someone to be harassed, and that is never worthwhile. And as annoying as it is, the thing you have to remember if you're the one being copied is that no one is going to go out of their way to watch a knockoff. They're not going to watch the generic store brand version of a design if you have the original design, because often when people are copying that one-to-one, it's because they don't know what makes a design work. And your design clearly works, which is why they're copying it. So their design will probably be, you know, maybe 70% functional, 70% fleshed out. They don't really know why it's working, so it only kind of works. Meanwhile, your design is probably going to be much more functional, much more effective. Therefore, people are not likely to watch the person who is mimicking you so closely, because your design just works better. So, a lot of the time it is often better in those kinds of circumstances to just turn the other cheek and let them be. And a lot of the time also, unfortunately, it is kids. It is people who are just not old enough or mature enough to understand the repercussions of what they're doing, and it is not worth it to create an avenue for them to be harassed or, you know, put on a really large stage. Because that's the other thing that often happens in these copying accusations. If anyone remembers, I don't even know if you guys would remember, but this was like, I guess it was over a year ago now, but there was somebody who was mimicking Shy Lily, and it put Shy Lily in a hard situation because people wanted her to address it. But also, for the person who was doing it, it seemed like they may have been doing it for attention, potentially. And when you go and make those call-outs, they do benefit, because there's always going to be people who don't care, and always people who, you know, want to see past those allegations, people who, you know, maybe want the Shy Lily experience, but from somebody who's not as big as Shy Lily, somebody who can read the chat. So now we've gone and platformed somebody who is not doing things in an ethically upstanding manner. So I would advise, don't do it. Just don't. Yeah, I was gonna say them by name, but yeah. Artists came out and said it's what they wanted. Yeah, so those are the bulk of my thoughts on that. In the video I'm working on for it, I have the script on, of course. Like, I go much more into depth into what plagiarism legally is, where copyright law can be a problem. I think I also mentioned some things about how inspirations should optimally work. I cover a number of things, but I'm saying all this, I'm really preaching to the choir right now. I would be shocked if the shroommates are not already very well aware of all the things I am saying and already practicing the things that I am saying. Shroommates are a very mature bunch. Can't feign innocence was taken to court. I mean, things are not going to be taken to court often if we're copying a VTuber design, because most VTubers don't have their designs copyrighted in the first place. So, and the reason why they don't is because you need an LLC, or you need, you know, a name to have it copyrighted under, and that's a security concern for VTubers. So no one is really copywriting their designs. Legally, I think it's also a lot harder to trademark the visuals for a VTuber also, because we tend to be modified so much and tend to appear in multiple different forms. And also at the same time too, even VTuber agencies don't always copyright designs either. They copyright titles and logos and things like that, but the designs themselves are often not. Palworld, my goat. What is the status of the Palworld versus Nintendo lawsuit? Because hear me out. I love Nintendo. Not as a company. I don't love companies. That's not a thing. Don't love companies. Not worth it. But I love the games that Nintendo has created. However, Nintendo has gotten very greedy. And they have patented a ton of things that I think it is incredibly disturbing that they have patented. They patented a bunch of game systems, or just like game mechanics, which I think is something that should not be patentable at all. So their copyrights we're getting assessed. Copyright something still lingers my mind. Oh, yeah, they copyrighted, I think it went through that they copyrighted essentially the mechanic of Pokemon. I feel like I heard that one went through, and I was like, you have to be kidding me. They lobbied its technology. I know, and they have really good lawyers, but it's disturbing that is what's going on. The companies that produce my favorite games somehow are the two that let me down the most when it comes to doing things in a morally and ethically approved manner. I love pretty much every game that has ever come out of the company known as Square Enix. But God, man, Square Enix makes some of the worst decisions ever when it comes to ethics, especially when it comes to art. Every time I turn around, they are just like doing some nonsense that drives me nuts. When Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, the first one, they had released, like, I think it was a PlayArts Kai figure of Cloud, and it had an NFT attached to it. Why are you attaching an NFT to a character who is an eco-terrorist, whose whole game is about we're saving the world from an evil company who got too greedy? The irony is incredible, and by incredible I mean terrible, horrendous, strange, and peculiar. So odd. They also, I can't remember what it is, but they have something going on right now with their usage of AI, where, like, Square Enix is like a pro-AI company, it seems like, and I'm really disappointed because a lot of my favorite concept artists growing up worked for them. And I am gonna be so mad if Yoshitaka Amano's art is fed into some AI nonsense. You better not. Like, Yoshitaka Amano, I think, is somebody who may go along with it just because Final Fantasy kind of is his brand. I don't want that for him! Ah! AI has already stolen the art style that is the one used by, oh my gosh, I don't know what his name is. The concept artist for Metal Gear, who is also a fantastic concept artist. But it's so disturbing. Is Square Enix related to Nintendo? No, they're very separate companies. Square Enix is its own game company, but it's another game company that just makes bad decisions. There's several of them, it seems like. Unfortunately. Let's see, how's my right-hand squeegee looking? Pretty decent. I've been yapping surprisingly effectively while drawing this, but I guess there's a lot of just stream of conscious talking happening. I'm not reading as much, which might be why I'm still moving kind of fast. Miraculous quick age. Lining's always easy though. Companies suck? True! That's a good sweeping statement. Worked with them, but not for them, if that makes sense. Squeenix, Nintendo, Microsoft, Ubisoft, EA, yeah, they're all doing nonsense. Jubby and I have talked about the AI in the new COD. Just that entire new game seems bad. We've gotten to a point in game dev where we're getting diminishing returns on higher polys, higher pixel density and textures, crazier shaders, because we're going for realism. We're getting diminishing returns. So the games end up being huge, heavy, like 100 gigabyte situations. And if we look back at a game they released like 10 years ago, it maybe looks like 3% better, despite the fact that the poly count has probably gone up by a factor of 10. Diminishing returns. 11 companies involved in it? Yes. 11 companies in one game. Yeah, and the only way to play the single player is in online co-op. Jubby was complaining about that last night because Jubby used to be a pretty big fan of the Call of Duty games, as I'm sure many people who grew up AMAB may have been. I mean, I won't say AFAB people weren't a fan of it also, but if I think back in my childhood, all the lads were into it. I don't really think any of my friends who were not lads were all that into it. But anyways, doesn't really matter. All the people who were a fan of those games historically loved them. They loved them. But unfortunately, in the last like 10 years, they've barely released any games that have made their player base all that happy. Because the company has, for one, gotten kind of complacent, which doesn't help. And then, second, they're doing this nonsense. They keep making the games really big, they keep updating the games in a way that changes the entire game. Because that's what happened with, like, Warzone, I think. Where the Warzone that was released during COVID, people loved and sung the praises of and were very happy with. But then, because they were like, oh, well, we're gonna do seasons, and we're gonna make it so that, you know, now there's a new meta, now there's different guns, there's a battle pass, here's all these things. In like a year, the game was a completely different game than it was when it released, and apparently no one really liked that. Feels like the Sims updates that aren't tested and break the entire game. I mean, a lot of the Sims updates that break the entire game are breaking the entire game because their player base so heavily mods the game that the mods just aren't built to handle the updates very well. So that's a thing that happens a lot with Stardew Valley, I think, too, is that so often there's updates that just, if you are modding the game, it just destroys everything. But what can you do? Amber is going dog mode. What's happening? Grr, 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 yeah. Update that broke pregnancy without mods. Oh boy. COD wants to be Fortnite so bad. COD and Overnight want to be Fortnite so bad. I feel like I just saw a collab for Overwatch that I just kind of like, I wouldn't say I rolled my eyes at, but I just was kind of like, all right, okay, sure. We're gonna put real people and other characters in this one too? All right. I feel like the hero shooter has just run out of things to do, unfortunately, which is why they're like, well, we don't know what else to do interesting with this mechanics-wise, so we're just gonna add characters from other things in. And we're going to use the novelty of that to sustain our pocketbooks. Question, I think you use CSP, so what is this liquefy tool you're using to move the lines? Ah, yeah, so I am on a line art layer. If I draw a line on it, there is a tool which is called the pinch vector line tool. If you go to your vector editing area, you can then push and pull things around. It's not really a liquefy tool. It's moving the vector points. If I click it like this, you can see all the points. So you can even go in and edit point-wise. There's a vector simplify tool too that I use sometimes also, which does something similar. So then it reduces how many points there are in here. It almost works like one of the Illustrator types of pens, which is nice. You can also freely sort of convert Illustrator line art into Clip Studio Paint, which is also a nice thing that I have done on more than one occasion. Tries to remember this. Got you. Yeah, pinch vector is what it's called. I don't know what your icon looks like. It may be point edit, which is like a little arrow pointing at a thing here. If I go to the full monitor room, you'll be able to see the icon. There we go. Do you see, there's all of these tools. Your icons are gonna look different, your setup's gonna look different, but I have this little thing here. It may be set to point edit, which looks like that, with the little arrow and then the little vector with the vertex and the lines next to it for the edges. But then you may have to switch to line edit and scroll through the defaults of what they have. It has like simplify, connect, thicken, reduce width, whole weight. And then I use pinch the most. I use the simplify also, but mostly I just use pinch. Pinch. Here, I'll go back now. Peek behind the curtains at the mess that is looking at an art program. I don't like the look of this being on my stream. I like the cleanness of just seeing the window. My art life just changed. Let me tell you, it's so nice. Also, wait, you can change the pinch level too. So like if I draw a line like this, if I have the pinch level, do you see down here, set to the highest, it'll move much more. And then if I set it to the lowest, it'll move only like one vertex at a time. Or like if I set it somewhere near the middle, see how it moves more or less? It's really, really nice. This is the reason why I refuse to use any other drawing program. I rely very heavily on these functions. Line art speed about to upgrade? Oh yeah, it made me so much faster at doing line art. I am doing some really insane, really thin line art for something that's incredibly detailed right now, for something I can't tell you about. For another 10 days, I think. I don't think you guys get to know it's occurring for another 10 days. But once you know that it's happening, I can tell you what is going on. EG's been getting involved out in the greater beyond these days. But I'm doing some cool line art stuff, and this function has made it so that I don't want to rip my hair out working on that, because I probably would rip all of my hair out otherwise. Squiiji birthday party. No, not quite. My birthday isn't until February. We got a little time for a Squiiji birthday party. Part of me was like, all the partner celebration stuff, I was like, what if I would just like waited to do that until birthday? And I was like, I can't do that, that's too long. But I'd hope to do this during this year, but man, timing is hard. Oh, thank you for the bits. W art teacher, thank you. I'm happy I can answer your question for you. You mean I've had Clip Studio Paint for like 2 years and I didn't know this? Fellas, I've had Clip Studio Paint since 2017, and I only learned about this tool I think a year ago. Or maybe 2 years ago. So you're not alone. I've been using this software for almost 10 years. And it took me just as long, so don't feel bad about it. Somebody should be, there are videos out there that are like, oh, the best Clip Studio Paint hidden features. Because this is definitely one of them. I've already made a little video about one of the other hidden features, which is the auto actions. They live over here, which I use from time to time. But this is probably one of the other hidden features people don't talk enough about. Clip Studio Paint is goated. I agree. It's also on sale right now. I believe to get the pro version, it's only 23 bucks right now, and that's a perpetual forever license. You get to keep it. It's yours. For PC, of course. I'm not very happy with the way that their app works because you do have to pay monthly, but there's a good sale on right now if you want it. Yeah. Used to use all vector all the time when I was doing Paint Tool side, but I could never figure it out in Clip Studio Paint. There you go. It's a particular kind of layer. So do you see how I have, right now you can't see it because I have my layer area crunched, but if I expand it, if I hit that button, this little button in the corner here where it has the little square inside of it, those are vector layers. You can't use the regular liquefy tool and a bunch of other tools on vector layers, but there's other things you can use. I often crush this in when I'm streaming though. So then that icon ends up going away, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? I love sales. Heard sales, my ears perked up like an aware cat. No, I know. I am so goofy when it comes to sales. Let me put us back in the drawing classroom so I can keep drawing while I yap, but... I also love sales because, well, not because, but specifically in the area of... For some reason, VST plugins. I have so many VST plugins that I got for free that I don't know why I have. I don't use them. I don't really do that much music editing or work or things like that. Granted, they have been kind of helpful lately for the secret project I've been working on. One of my secret projects. So it has been nice having them, but every time there's like some sort of sale for any kind of VST plugin, not sale even, just like the ones where they give away stuff for free, I'm like, gimme, I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna hold on to it. Because there have been some pretty good ones. I have Melodyne, which is the pitch correcting software that's like industry standard for people who do vocal covers and stuff. I have Melodyne. I have it. I got it for like 15 bucks 3 years ago. That's like a several $100 program, or VST. I don't think it's ever gone on sale for as low as I got it on sale for that year, ever again. It was insane. So I was very happy that I got it because I do use it, even if I'm just being goofy with something sometimes. Like when I did my BOLOGNA thing, like I don't have good pitch, unfortunately, as a person. That karaoke stream I did last April was terrifying. I'm not very good at singing correctly. There's a joke in my family that we're all tone deaf. Although I know that tone deafness is not the same, and that's technically a medical thing, none of us are very good at reproducing tones, historically, and it's just been nice to have that for when I'm off by like 7 semitones. You can have some bologna today. I still have people commenting on that video to this day, and I released that in like January, which is crazy. I heard that it's on sale again now, but yeah. Oh, is Melodyne on sale again now, too? It might be. Mother said, don't look at the teeth of a gifted horse. It sounds better in German. Well, it maybe sounds better in German, but it makes the same amount of sense in English, because isn't it about the fact that you're analyzing the horse for its health? Which, if it's a gift, you shouldn't really be worried about that, maybe? Question mark? Is that what it means? Proving myself as a true fan. Salma, you say that as if that was ever a question. I don't question the loyalty of the Shroomates, ever. I'm not somebody who, A, cares that much for loyalty. If you guys want to hang out, I appreciate it, but if you have other things to do or other places to go, I'm gonna be like, that's okay! Thank you for hanging out when you can! But at the same time, also, I'm sure if you're here, you are a true fan. There's no fake Squiiji fans. I don't think that's a thing. I think any fake Squiiji fans may have given up when I stopped posting YouTube videos. So I think that's where many of the original Squiiji fans originated. Real. Yeah, no, I don't care that much for loyalty. I'm happy when people are here, and I'm still okay if people need to go do other things. I understand people have lives to live, as do I. I feel like there is sometimes, because VTubing comes from idol culture, too much pressure put on, not just VTubers, but on their viewers to always be present, always be doing every single thing they can to support somebody, regardless of the consequences to themselves and all those kinds of things. But I don't think that's necessary. Okay, here's Squiiji. Look, it's me! Zooms out. I'll put like a color on here so that it feels like I did something. Let me get like my glasses color and just like scribble my glasses in or something, and then change that line art color. And then I'll like scribble my eyeballs in or something, so then I look like I did like selective color or something. Beautiful. Look at this high effort drawing I created, and hey, look! It only took me... Wow, we must have been yapping efficiently today because it's only just after 3 o'clock. Also came from YouTube. I've already said how from. Yeah! I do appreciate how many people came over from YouTube and were interested enough to stay. I have been surprised by that because the stuff that I was talking about on YouTube, I guess, was just more generally VTuber related. So I hadn't expected it as much to have carry over into stream watching or things like that. So pleasant surprise for sure. Let me color like these lines in orange or something. So that way you can tell that they are behind the glasses. Just make it a little easier to read, mayhaps. I was on Twitch because I like channel points. That is also true. When we started out, I don't know if you guys remember, but I think most of the Shroomates who originally had watched me were probably on YouTube. Yeah, I remember, I think Selma, I remember you were on YouTube. I think Ruriku was on YouTube. There were a number of you who used YouTube exclusively up front, but YouTube just doesn't have the support that Twitch has, unfortunately. So a lot of us did migrate. Here, I'll use this color also as like my cheek color. Oh wait, I should do it with this one. Stylistic consistency. Oh, my blushing. Channel points are fun and the emotes. True, fair. Know you're on both, but I like Twitch chat. Yeah, that's fair. I'm interested, so the fellas who use YouTube exclusively, I'm interested to know what makes you guys stay on YouTube also, because, I mean, I'm always going to stream on both just because YouTube is just a good way to archive all my streams as well. And, you know, I do want there to be options. I like that it attaches it directly to my channel. But I'm interested, is it just a preference for the platform? YouTube's more lurker friendly. I guess so. And like YouTube, a lot of the YouTube fellows I think are people who showed up, at least originally maybe, from when I was critiquing a particular series, because YouTube has discovery. Whereas, I would say that Twitch does not have very much going on as far as discovery goes. Oh man, how do I color my eyes in? I do red for this part. No, not that red though. I think it's this red up here. Right? What color are my eyes? Red? And then I use like one of these colors for the, no, it's not that one. Is it gold? Yeah, this one, there we go. Gold for my iris, or for this part. My pupil is usually this blue, I think. Yeah, there we go. And then I have like a highlight that I think is like this color maybe. No, is it this color? I know my highlight isn't very bright, but I thought it was brighter than this. Maybe that is all it is, potentially. It does kind of look like a Pokeball, you're right. How odd. I've got creatures living in my eyeballs. Like, be able to rewind stream or YouTube during live in case I miss something. Ah, that makes sense. Is there an ability to rewind now on Twitch? I heard that there might be. But that may also be sub only, so I don't know. I'm everywhere, but I started here. That's also true. Alive to Thrive is constantly always multi-lane drifting. You're always in both places, keeping an eye out, which I appreciate. Hang on, I gotta make this pupil the full size. There we go. Wait, I should do this first before I put the pupil over it then. Hang on, I gotta lock in for 1 second to draw. For some reason I can talk while I do line art, but the moment I try and talk while I do coloring, my brain just gives up and can't figure out what's going on, and I don't know why that is. There we go. Get that, give myself like a nice eye highlight, and then we'll be good. Cute. Oh, and I need to outline this also. So this goes back here, I think? I like to go like this so that way my lines don't touch each other. Where my eye is. There we go. Bam! Look at that. Let me turn off my underneath layer and there's my doodle of me. I feel like the blush, the eyes may be too detailed. I should have made them a flat color, but what can you do? Whatever. Look, it's me! Easy. Opposite coloring feels so easy, takes you back to being a kid and coloring books. Ha! That is interesting how that works. I just can't concentrate. Have you considered adding a little mushroom cap to the back of your pen on your spud arm? I haven't updated my spud arm since I debuted. I made this spud arm, I think in like 3 hours, and I've never edited it. Because it is based on my XP Pen stylus. But I've never changed it for any seasons or anything like that. But I could, that'd be cute maybe. Addendum what I said on Twitch, if you're not sub to the VOD, the VOD is public, you can just rewind that way. When I rewind, they seemingly made it quicker for the VOD to render. Oh, interesting. Ads are shorter on YouTube. Are they really? I wonder if it's just because, I think on Twitch, they just do more of the ads in like one chunk, it seems like. Two, where on YouTube, it seems like they'll just give you one shorter ad, potentially, as opposed to long ones, and you can also skip them, I think, on YouTube still also. Ads on Twitch, yeah, are unskippable, and they also give them to you in a bigger chunk, where they'll be like, hey, here's a minute and like 30 or like a minute 45 straight, depending on what they decide is appropriate. Meanwhile, on YouTube, it's not nearly as long. Let's see. I gotta switch over to left hand. Let's see how well this goes. I have a feeling I'm gonna struggle a bit more with this. Oh, I forgot an eyelash. Hang on. Wait. There we go. Can you see why I don't usually draw my glasses if I'm drawing something simple? They just make things so complicated. Oh, and then I was also gonna fill in just the white here, so that way... What? Oh, the template's on top of everything. The template should be below everything. I was confused for a second. There we go. So now I can just sort of fill this in like I'm escaping the bubble. Just as like a goofy little effect. We'll see if I can do anything even comparable for my left hand though. Ghost EG. Yeah, Ghost EG. Ghost EG is not contained by the limits of this box. There we go. There's Ghost EG. I could add more color, but I'm not going to right now. Honestly, this partial color is kind of actually even bugging me right now. Maybe we won't do partial color. Maybe we'll just do partial color for those lines. Where is my partial color, though? Hello? That's kind of creepy without the color. How about just eyes? Just eyeballs, only eyes. Dun 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 dun. I saw a TikTok of somebody who had mixed Gangnam Style into the Phantom of the Opera today, and I thought that was hilarious and fantastic. I was a big fan. All right, left hand time. Now we're gonna have a very interesting time with trying to sketch and then line. I made this drawing intentionally kind of detailed, so that way I will be required to suffer a little bit. Evil EG be like, I hate excessive blush. I know, I did just do an evil EG, didn't I? I got rid of it. It's just, it was too in between. It was too between rendered and unrendered. But let me see, let's see. So let's see. I'm gonna try and draw this the way I normally would, which is like, all right, we'll do a head. Oh, oh no, it's blocking it too, because it's the wrong hand. My overlay makes it look like I'm still doing this right-handed. Is there a way that I can swap in Spud Tablet what direction the hand is facing? Because if I just flip-flop the overview or overlay, it's gonna be wrong anyway. I would just have to deal with it. No, now I am curious. Is there a way, if I close this, can I... Maybe there's a file I can edit. Let me see the file location for this. Open file location. Beautiful. Is it in the settings? Yeah, configuration. For left-handed use. Lefty mode. If I turn this to true. Let's turn lefty mode true. In the settings. And let's launch it again and see if that works. Minimize that. No, I'm still right-handed. That didn't work. Oh wait. Oh wait. Okay, hang on. It didn't flip the hand, but it did flip the tracking. This is confusing. Hang on, you can't see what's happening, but it's doing the opposite, but I think the problem is that my art asset isn't flipped. Hang on, we may be able to figure this out. I think I can flip it, but it may end up being a surprising amount of work. Let me go back into that folder. Nope, go into the folder. You got this, computer. Yeah, here's the arm, hand, bottom. So if I just like... Oh, I'll have to duplicate these and open them. So hang on, let me... I'm gonna put them in a folder for now, so this is right. And I'm gonna close this while I do this. Stick the original versions in the right-hand folder. Duplicate the folder. How do I duplicate a folder? Hang on, if I just go like this, copy, paste, now there's duplicates of them. Arm, Control A, edit, transform, flip horizontal, okay, and then save. Yeah, just make sure I don't wreck my original versions. Let's see, so save that one. Go away. Open this back up. I think this is blank. Yeah, there's nothing in that. There's nothing in the actual hand. For some reason, I drew my hand in hand bottom. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Okay. Save. So now, if I open the program, let me see if now it'll do it. Oh, wait, what? Hang on. This isn't right either. Look at what it's doing. It's like all the way over there and the wrist is disconnected. What? Huh? I broke it. I think I kind of broke it. Wait, hang on, let me close it. Switch it back off of... Wait, mirrors left position of the hand of the spot tablet overwrite. Use with mirrored avatars? Just possible to make sure... Lean to the right and move the pen to the right. Both your avatar and the on-screen hand will move in the same direction? Huh? Huh? Lefty mode. False. Files. Save. Let's open it again. Let's see if it lines up now that I set it to false. Oh no, there's nothing. Wait, now it's still broken. I'm so confused. I definitely confused it. I've Eldritch nonsense disconnected my wrist at the bone. Now we can look behind the scenes and see what it looks like, how my hand works. I don't know what's going on. Man, I thought that'd be funny if we could do it, but it seems like it's not gonna be possible. How do I fix this? I think all I have to do is go into override, create a new folder. New folder. This is left. Put these ones that I edited in that folder. Get the ones out of the right folder back out of the right folder. Paste them in here. File, save, and then close. Yeah, that wrist is kind of uncanny and disturbing. Let's see, is it correct now? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I've restored order. Nice broken arm. Call the shroomulance to the shroomspittle. Not the shroomulance. Hey, mushrooms don't need to go to the hospital. Mushrooms just repair themselves. Man, nice little detour we took there. Didn't quite work. Should have been on Halloween. Oh, no, I don't think so. But can you already tell how this is gonna go? This is a circle. For my head, I don't like it. Let's try a different circle. So I need to make the body at an angle. So the body's gonna be like this angle, I believe, right? Yeah. Oh, there's a sticky note on my desk. It's gonna drive me crazy. Let's make a new circle. Delete your art. New circle. I can cheat and hold my left hand like I did back when I had my wrist injury where I just sort of rested on my other arm, but I feel like that's cheating. I feel like that shouldn't be allowed. Oh, it's so wobbly. And then I need that little like part where the front of my face like juts out. Oh, yep, that's right. That looks correct. Erase this one. I don't like that one. That's making it worse to understand. This actually requires all of my focus. I thought I could yap while I do this. Wrong. I'll still allow myself to use liquefy and all the tools I did for my right hand, but I still have to use the tools left-handed, which is already proving to be a challenge because just the ability to touch the scroll bars is so hard already. I'm like struggling to touch just the scroll bar. Kind of traits would the Shroomstate have if it was a Stellaris Empire? What is a Stellaris Empire? What do you mean? Is he also doing it flipped in addition to with their left hand? What do you mean flipped? What's flipped? Oh look, you can see my hand tracking. That you can tell I'm actually doing it with my left hand because my hand is tracking. What do you mean flipped? Isn't I should just draw it facing the other way? Stellaris is a game. It's a strategy game. Is it a PC game or is it a like board game, like Catan kind of game? Because from the name of it, it sounds like a Catan kind of game to me. That's a head, right? That looks kind of like a head. PC game, but it's a 4X. What does a 4X mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, the stability is particularly bad. Ooh, I used to take my chem notes left-handed. How did I do that? Oh, hey, that was a good shape. That was a good shape. Let me do a little cleanup real quick so I can see what I'm working with here for my, like, bottom of the head shape. I don't think I'm gonna try and do line art for this. I can try, but that may not work out. Because you know what? Honestly, I can kind of push and pull my edges a little bit using the eraser. And I can force something that looks stable. Well, if I put giant holes in the forehead, that is. It's so hairy. It's so fuzzy. E.g., where's your line confidence? You know what? Actually, no, that's a cop-out if I don't at least try to line art it. There we go. Look at that! That kind of looks like face. Amazing. Very surprising. Where's this tool? Because this is too short. Look at that. 4X abbreviation is explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. Wow. That's like a new version of the mansplain, manslaughter. What is the other one? Well, there's another word I won't say that people say in that one. Girl boss, gatekeep. There's another one. All those ones have 3 words in them, but I can't remember the 3rd word was. Like Civ. Ah, can I tell you a very particular feeling I have about Civ? Which is many of my friends played Civ when I was in college. Because a lot of my friends in college were history majors, and they tend to be partial to that kind of game in the history departments, which is very surprising to me. I guess it does come from the fact of, like, you know, Civ does contain a lot of historic figures, and we are going sort of through the history of a location. There we go, that kind of works. But they would all get together on, I think it was Thursday nights, to play Civ together. And at one point in time, I was like, hey, I want to be included. As you'll find as a classic EG trait, I will subject myself to a piece of media that I have no interest in because my friends play it. And then I will not have fun with it, but I just want to be included. I don't want to be left out. I want to be a part of it. I did this with League also once upon a time. I played League. I admit it. I did it. Did you get wrecked? No, I didn't. I actually didn't get wrecked. Well, actually, hang on. I do have to explain the way in which I got wrecked, because I didn't get wrecked by the other players. I actually did pretty well for myself in that game. I played as England, and I was able to establish sort of like early control because I got good ships before anyone else, so I had more land in better places than the other people who were playing it just pretty quickly. So like that worked out in my favor, surprisingly. I picked it up pretty quick. I think that there is a trait that I don't brag about enough, which is that I can learn anything in like 2 weeks. I know how to learn. I've taught myself. I've learned how to learn. So, because of that, I did pick up the game pretty quick. That was pretty nice and helpful. However, the game, I had noticed, was really inclined to trigger migraines in me for some reason. And at first, I had just assumed that I was getting migraines because if you are playing that game with a group of friends, everyone is fighting and arguing and shouting and complaining and not getting along, maybe, but like in good jest, like not actually fighting, but like, you know, goofy yelling and goofy, you know, doing whatever they were doing. So at first I thought it was like, oh, it's volume, it's something else, like that can't be what it is, like that has to, it's just that. So I'd asked them to be a little quieter, asked a couple of things, but that actually didn't end up helping all that much, surprisingly, and I was like, what's going on? I eventually had to completely stop playing before we even finished because I just couldn't do it. It made my head hurt so bad. Then, later that year was when I found out what my migraine triggers are, and one of my migraine triggers is blue light. That freaking ocean in Civ is like the exact, I think it was Civ 5 particularly, is the exact shade of blue that emits the worst frequency of light for people who get migraines. So if you're somebody who gets migraines, maybe consider not playing Civ. I don't think it'll be good for you. So I did have to tap out, and then I would just let my one friend never bought the game to play with everybody, so I would just give her my laptop or like let her sign in on mine so that way she could play with everybody instead. Because I was like, well, I spent money on this game and Civ was not an affordable game. I actually don't know what it costs now, but it, you know, it was like a $50 game, I think, which I'm sure is affordable nowadays compared to what a lot of things are, but I was a broke college student. That was a lot of money to me for it not to be used. And so I let her use it. Also, I'm kind of hitting a flow a little bit more with this one. I'm figuring out that if I hold my pen the way you're supposed to as a person, it works worse. If I hold it the way that I hold my pen, which is wrong in my right hand, but in my left hand, it works better. So we're kind of getting into it. Civ is like 60? Is it really 60? Huh. Amount of expansions, now it's 7. My god. It is surprising to me that despite the fact that Civ 6 came out, how many years ago? Civ 6 came out, wow, I think before we even were playing Civ 5. And people just preferred to play Civ 5 for some reason. These shoulders don't quite look right, but that's okay. Only $29 on my Steam. Interesting. VTuber uses a similar blue hum. I mean, your VTuber is not going to take up the bulk of the screen, probably, in a way that would cause somebody a migraine. It was just that because so much of the game of Civ was conducted on the ocean in battle, that, I think, was related to the migraines. But yeah, it's just certain frequencies of light, I guess, are more likely to be migraine triggers, and blue lights are the worst ones. So I'm supposed to use like warm lighting in my house. I wear blue light blockers when I use my computer for extended amounts of time, usually, stuff like that. Because it also disrupts your natural circadian rhythm, I believe, too. Blue light. Which is why your phones probably all have now that mode that is like, it makes all of the colors warm in the evenings. That way you can fall asleep at night. Snark me, 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 me. It's like Pangea for only land. But I will say, if you were only using land, that did make it surprisingly difficult to travel. Just because travel across the ocean, which was much faster, I feel like, in my memory. Your natural what? Circadian rhythm? So your circadian rhythm is the way that your body determines when you should be awake versus when you should be asleep. Daylight savings time screws it up for all of us every year, which is why I think we should abolish daylight savings time. But your circadian rhythm is just the thing that determines, hey, now is a time for sleepy. Now is a time for not sleepy. It determines other things too, like now is an appropriate time for eating, or, you know, how you sometimes can accidentally teach yourself that, like, well, this is the time of the day that I go to the bathroom, which is totally unhelpful sometimes when you accidentally form a habit of going to the bathroom in the night. I think that's related. Remain eternally on daylight savings time, which I can't remember. So, wait, no? Hang on, what? Wait, so right now, we are in daylight savings time. We're in Eastern Date Time right now, right? We're in EDT. We're currently in Standard? Wait. Oh no. We're currently in EST? That means my schedule's been wrong for the last year. Oh no! How did I not notice this? My schedule's been wrong this whole time. My schedule has said EST on it all the way up until it just changed. Now it says EDT. In that case, we should stay on EST because I hate what this does to our evenings. But like, whoops, I guess. This shoulder is too low. Come back up here, shoulder. Honestly, I don't think the shoulder is wide enough either. It should be like further out here, like that, maybe? I'm doing an interesting job of this. I feel like this is actually coming together better than I expected. You have it backwards. Yeah, I do, I guess, have it backwards. Man! How did I do that? Classic EG move, I guess, but I only just recently managed to conquer the problem I was having with getting my schedules correct week to week, but whoopsie. EDT is UTC minus 4, EST is UTC minus 5. Wait. So I have a question then. On my schedule, I always have EST or EDT, and then I have UTC plus 0 as my other time on it. Have my UTC zeros been wrong also? Because I think that also means that I had them inverted. EDT is better means more light later in the day. Okay, see, that's what I want, is I want more more light later in the day. So no, ask British people. Hey, British people! Has the UST plus 0 been wrong? Because it may have. Does the blue sky cause migraines too? It can. If I am outside on a body of water for too long, I can get a migraine from that. Which is relevant because I used to go sailing. We don't on a sailboat. Don't start thinking that I'm financially well off because we went sailing. We had a family friend who was just a world racer, which is also not a thing that affords you much money anyway. Why does this body feel wrong? It doesn't feel small enough. I'll keep fixing it. Also, this shouldn't be leaning. This should be vertical. There we go. Same here. From what I understand, British equivalent of DST has slightly different timing. Oh god. Just checked your schedule. The numbers and the times are correct. UTC plus 0 time is also correct. Only things that say EST, not EDT. Oh, okay, phew. Okay, so I was only wrong partially. I wasn't completely wrong, at least. I was somewhat right. Sailing, every day I find something new out about you. Yeah, hang on, wait. I can open just real quick to show you. I have a slide in my debut PowerPoint of, let's see if I can find that. Me sailing, where I've edited my head over it. I was a helmsman a little bit on usually around 30-foot sailboats. Not anything super huge, but tack! Yell all my commands to everybody. I was pretty good. I wasn't fantastic. I wasn't like a racer or anything, but you know, my family would go out and I was jokingly called first mate by the guy who was the sailor who taught me. Because he's a best friend of my grandfather's. Did you do any sea piracy? We don't sail on the sea. We don't sail the 7 seas. We usually sailed in the Chesapeake Bay. If you're an East Coaster, you'd be aware of what that is. I've also gone sailing in at least one Great Lake. Actually, if not 2. There are actually maybe 2 Great Lakes I've sailed in. Hang on, let me find my image of it, me doing it. It's an interesting slide. Where is it? It should be on my... Oh, debut. Is it in here? Yeah, it is. Hang on. Let me find it. Is this it? This has a lot of other funny things on it that don't relate, and I also drew over everything with an outline for some reason. I don't know if I edited this the greatest, but key EG traits. My two background things that I've done. I have a black belt in Northern Shaolin Kung Fu. Chen Chen Pai. You can see that I have disguised my name, and you can tell that I got my black belt the 13th of September in 2016. And then here I am sailing. Here I am on the boat. Here, right next to me, oh, you can't even see him, I cropped him out. This hand belongs to the guy who taught me how to sail. So there I am, with my glasses on. These are really uncanny the way I edited them. I could have done a better job. Nowadays, I could do a much better job. I don't know why these fellas are here. I don't know what I was talking about. It may have been that I teach character design and talk about games and movies. Don't know what that is. Nice to meet you. Hee secret. Do you have a middle name to go with that? Yeah. It's just another he. My name is actually he secret. Squiiji Adventure seems fun. Yeah, I've done a couple of interesting things. I've done bronze casting, but I didn't have a good photo to edit for that because we weren't allowed to take pictures of it. Gojo, FNAF, and who? Green Goblin. I don't know why I have these fellas. I've never spoken at length about any of these things. I don't know why they're here. I don't remember what this was about either. I guess people are asking me questions or shouting at me. Oh, key EG traits. My key EG traits may have been that I had sailed, I'm a black belt. I have an auditory processing disorder, which may be what this is. Might be why I'm confused. This may just be the fact that I care about character design. I can't remember. This was only a year ago. Greetings, how's it going? It's going great! I'm trying to draw with my left hand as soon as I stop being distracted. It's going interestingly, as you can probably see right here. My overlay makes it look like I'm drawing right-handed still, but you can see that it's my left hand. and left ear problem. Yeah, I do have hearing loss also on my left. Don't stand on my left side of my body and try and talk to me. It doesn't work well. Also, I only wear my headphone when I'm on stream in my right ear. Because theoretically, I can kind of hear with my left ear a little bit. I don't totally have hearing loss in that ear, but I have a lot missing. Gojo, FNAF, Green Goblin, Illuminati confirmed. What does that mean? How do those relate? I don't know if those things relate. Hang on, hold my pen the way that I usually hold pens. There, because I can kind of like sketch normally if I hold it this way. A little bit more normally than I was, at least. It's not gonna be great. But look, that's a one arm, and then we can do the little square thingy that goes here. I find this is much easier to do when I'm zoomed out. Also, if I zoom in, I'll struggle a lot more. There we go. Shroom state, technically an autocracy. I believe we have decided that that is kind of what it is. The shroom state is just the shroom state. I'm not sure if there's really anything more to us than that. We jokingly have law and order. But we're more of a classroom than we are any legal establishment. It's like if a classroom was a country. Which totally makes sense. I have my mods fall into a couple of categories. I have my research mod, Rex. I have my battle mod, Amber. I have my greeter of the gate, which is Alive to Thrive in the Discord server. I have Nano, who watches over my YouTube. Yeah, Nano is experiencing the joys of life today, so is not with us, but YouTube, I'm watching you anyway. Odgepodge, I don't know if we ever gave a title to. We identified Odgepodge's art style, but I don't know if we ever titled Odgepodge. But in my brain, Odgepodge is potentially the wearer of emerald green suits, because that is what Odgepodge wore to my wedding in my dream. I do at least have a mental image of Amber that is not fake dream mental image also, but there we go. As I do for roommates I met at Otakon. Let's see me fix this line. That's going the wrong direction. Honestly, I have to say I'm kind of proud of myself. This is working a little better than I thought it would. I do definitely have to switch back and forth between the eraser a lot. And I'm worrying about proportioning probably more than is useful, but like, this kind of looks like I'm drawing something. I do need to, oh, that's why I was zoomed out, was so I could see my other drawing to replicate it. Oh, I need to move my pen in order to zoom around like I normally would. Wearer of green suit. Yeah, Amber, I guess is or not Amber. Odgepodge is a citizen of the Emerald City. I have accidentally put Odgepodge into the wonderful world of the Wizard of Oz. I noticed roommates that earplugs are very important. Cannot regain hearing once it's lost unless you get cochlear implants. True. My auditory loss in one ear is genetic, theoretically. Mine is not because I, like, damaged my ear, although I do call it hearing damage. I know that's also not, like, not everyone likes to call it that. I don't really care. It's hearing loss. I'm just missing hearing in one ear. My father has it also in the same ear. And my father has also, theoretically, always had it as well. Not that that man protects his ears the best. That man attends heavy metal concerts. But he only has the loss in one ear, which is what makes it odd. So we think that we both just have the same thing going on, as does our audiologist. There we go. Look at that! Look, I'm wearing overalls. This kind of looks kind of right, which is really surprising to me. That this is recognizably me already. Alas. Yeah, so do take care of your hearing, as Fern said. It's not the reason why I'm missing hearing, but don't join me. I would prefer if all of you kept all of your hearing intact. But what was I saying? There was something else I was going to talk about. I had another topic that I'd forgotten that I was going to discuss. I keep thinking of things and then losing them because the amount of focus it requires for me to try and draw this is staggering. There should be a line going across in this direction also. There we go. Very hairy in the lines. Disney rides are gonna be my downfall? Why? Are Disney rides really loud? I didn't know that about them. I've never been to Disney, so I can't say I actually know that much about what goes on in those parts. So the Genshin livestream, I noticed the new character had colored goggles. Immediately thought to myself, wow, I hope EG sees this character one day. Do they? They have colored goggles? I will see them someday, probably. I am planning to, in our future, have a stream where we go back and update all of our past Hoyoverse tier lists, just because there have been so many characters released since I completed some of them. Like, particularly, I think Genshin's gotten a lot of characters, because we did our Genshin tier list over a year ago, and I think we are over a year since the Honkai Star Rail one was also. So I think Jubby and I weren't living in our current apartment yet when we did those ones. Theoretically, potentially, maybe. Jehoda, a bum. Does have the colored goggles. He actually wears them in our animations. Maybe they did listen to me. Maybe they heard me. Maybe they heard me out. Maybe they listened. They were like, hey, we're gonna give her an accessory on her face that not only makes her really recognizable, but also makes her face focal and is also just like really stylish. Wouldn't that be so cool? I would be so happy if I had some impact. There's an entire region finished when you last did Genshin. Oh, I know that we looked at Genshin at the beginning of the region where that one green guy whose name is not the Grinch, but it's something like that. I know that we had looked, because he, I believe, had just come out. There was a guy whose name was like Ouroboros or something. That wasn't it. Oh, that's not anything like the Grinch. Totally misremembered. What is the other guy? His name was not Ouroboros, but his name starts with an O. We looked at him and weren't thrilled with his design either, I think. But I think those were the most recent characters we had looked at when I talked about Genshin. I think I've decided that I'm not going to fully line art this, just because I think that might be impossible. And it might actually look better for this drawing if I just do it this way. Might be faster. Because I will say we are 2 hours in almost, and I would like to make sure that we have a chance to do the other stranger parts of this challenge. Because those are going to be much harder. So we just get something I can live with out of the left-hand challenge part. Local emo veggie man. Just gonna call him Oscar? Or Roran? Maybe. Kenich the Grinch? It's just that they end in I-N and C-H in some order, probably. Oran. Was Oran themed around snakes at all? You covered 6 out of 15 Natlan characters. Okay, so I looked at half of them, which isn't too bad. How many characters have come out then, since then? For that game? Because, like, I'm sure there's not enough for us to have an entire dedicated stream just to talking about Genshin characters again, but we could go back because I hear there's a couple new Honkai Star Rail characters, and there's probably some new, I believe, ZZZ characters too, so we could put those all into one stream. Maybe. If that wouldn't be too annoying. I guess that might be hard. Can go and count. More raven than snake. Okay, a handful. Alright, a handful. If we wait longer, we could just give it its own stream one day, potentially. I don't know what this line is that I've drawn here. Oh no, this was the side of this. There we go, get that back, get rid of this. This is surprisingly, hang on, decent. Although, you know what? I'm spending all this time on my clothing, which is the simplest part of this. My hair is gonna be totally a nightmare, isn't it? I can already predict that. Hang on. Change my grip so I can get a better angle on this. Yeah, there we go. Also, if we needed any proof that there is no reason to ever resort to using AI, let this be it, because if I ever lose the ability to use my right hand fully, clearly I can still make something work and look like a drawing using only my left hand. So, like, there's always a way. I promise. We don't have to resort to using technology that is ethically lost. Looks like 15 new characters by my count. Ah, okay, so 15. When we hit like 25, that might be a good time for us to go back, because that might be enough for a stream if I'm going to significantly yap about the characters, potentially. Let's see, can I give myself... Can I make this like a little wider? Yes, I can. Oh, I wish I had a hotkey to toggle to my eraser, which I think I actually used to have. There we go. Only because it's fun, I'm addicted to the game. Probably never happens. There's these kind of dead side. Love to see you tier list the Shining Force games, at least the first and second game. Wait, here's a question that I was supposed to ask. Was that not next week, because next week is Thanksgiving on Thursday, so we don't have a stream on Thursday. But for the following week, we're going to be going back into like the slower critiques of character designs from a game, which I feel like we actually haven't done in a while. We looked at the ones for Dislight for a couple weeks, but we haven't done one since. Currently, I think my list only contains Grand Blue Fantasy, which is, man, Square Enix. Or it's not Square Enix developed, but it is a game that has some of the concept artists from Square Enix involved. Also, I believe AFK Arena is also on that list. AFK Arena / Journey. But we haven't really... I don't have 2 more for the list right now. So if we have suggestions, I'm interested to hear what they are. I have to delete all of this. This is all in the wrong area proportionally. Not a gacha would be interesting to see for Dispatch. I mean, we've done games that weren't gacha before just because they were currently relevant. Because we talked about all the character designs from... I mean, I guess Marvel Rivals is still technically gacha. But, like, we've done a couple before that weren't gacha. Also, I believe... What did we look at? Oh, Date Everything. That's not a gacha. We looked at those characters not that long ago, too. So I can try and note those. Marvel Rivals is not gacha. Technically, it's not. I think the skins might have a gacha system, or they have some gacha systems, but I think it's like Valorant and other kinds of games where you pay for the battle pass and then you purchase your skins or like purchase your characters. I don't think it is. Yeah, they're attached to a battle pass. Yeah, it's like Fortnite. I don't think there's actually a gacha mechanic in it. Although if there is, I wouldn't be surprised, but I also just wouldn't know because I don't play the game. I know Billy plays it. Man, I've spent all this time on just the clothing. I haven't drawn anything for my head yet. Oh, Kaniko, thank you for gifting us up to Freeform. That was very kind. That was nice of you. Can we rotate for Kaniko, please? EG, what's your preferred climate? I like fall or like early spring weather. I like it when it's warm and the sun feels nice on your skin, but I don't like hot weather and I really don't like cold weather. So like the weather that we're creeping into right now where I live, awful. Not a fan. I think I would do very well in the climate of like, maybe like Maryland or Virginia. That's not where I live right now. Because I think that those still have weather that gets cool enough. I like the 4 seasons. But I don't want to live in those places because I hear that living in those places as somebody who is non-binary is not the funnest thing to do. And when I lived in the frozen tundra of the north, it was the same situation up there, but opposite, where like, sometimes unfortunately the closer you get to Canada, the more rural it is, the less pleasant people are with certain things. Kaneko always spoils me. Did Kaneko gift you your sub before too? I have noticed there's a couple of Shrewmates who sort of consistently buy each other subs, and I think that's kind of cute. I'm glad you guys are helping each other out and rescuing each other from ads. Oh wait, I don't even need the top of the head because most of this stuff here is gonna get covered by my hair anyway. But like, look at this body. Look, it's a body. It looks kind of normal-ish. What a mess. I've done an okay job replicating though so far. Oh, we're doing a hype train. Yippee. In a bad way. Pay it forward someday? Hell yeah. Sobbing and cold, just missed the bus. No! God, Candy Floss! I'm sorry you missed the bus. That's not good. Oh man. I did that a lot when I used to work too, where the bus would just pass me, unfortunately. Oh, Danny Sars, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But I can commiserate. As much as I do love and adore the public transit system, man, did I get betrayed sometimes. Man, did they just go right past me sometimes. That sucked. I was not a fan of it. Oh wait, I should draw this level with the other one. Choo-choo! Would you also consider armor / clothes designs, or do they need to be characters? Technically, I feel like if we're gonna critique just on the basis of clothing design, I feel like I don't actually have the credentials for that technically, because that's getting more into fashion than it may be in character design, because for me, I mean, I guess silhouette and a lot of the same principles are still important, but I would hope for just characters in general more so. Can we look at FNAF? That would be interesting. Also, there was a thing that I said I would never probably do that I actually am slightly considering doing because I have thoughts on it. as far as critiques go, but I like am torn about whether I should even discuss it in the first place, just because it's not like a series that is appropriate for my audience inherently, though, unfortunately. So like because of just like the way the world works, I have been exposed much more to Has Been Hotel than I'd ever intended to be. Oops. But not Nikki. Nikki? Or the fans? Oh, no. Not, no. I don't have particular thoughts. No. The, Nikkei. Not that one. Not Nikkei. We won't be looking at that one. I don't really have any strong thoughts about the character designs in that game. But I actually have thoughts on the character designs of Has Been Hotel and the other series that are similarly associated, because I don't think a lot of the designs are as bad as people make them out to be, which may sound crazy. I've had to see a lot more of them on, you know, just like my For You page and other places, because I think there's something going on with that series right now. But a lot of the designs aren't as bad as people make them sound. People talk about them like they're really rough. E.g., Belle? What are you dinging a bell about? Oh, are you in advance dinging a bell about... Oh wait, hang on, what? Hang on, wait, what's happening? We're ringing the bell. I'm so distracted drawing. There's several things happening. What are you guys doing? Oh my god, I totally missed Striker. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. Edward, thank you for gifting 5 also? What the heck? Are you guys still fighting? Yes, Lance says the sub war. Thank you. What the heck? I appreciate it. Sorry I missed that. If you got gifted a sub by either of them, please say thank you. Please rotate for them also. Please spin my head all kinds of funny ways. While I struggle to draw. Sneaky sniping with subs. Yeah, it feels like they're trying to get away with it while I can't see them. Hey, not looking. Keep being the hey, something happened, Lassie. Thank you. Usually, one of the mods will also flag it for me if I don't see it, but thank you for ringing bells at me. I know the bells don't mean to focus. The bells mean I missed something in chat. Thank you, fellas. I appreciate it. Thank you for rescuing more fellas from the ads, too. I feel like there's gotta be so many shroommates who are safe from ads now in like the last 2 weeks that weren't before. That person who came in yesterday, I'm wondering, because they said they had a lot of channel points, but I'm wondering if they just got those channel points from watching that day, because you do get more channel points if you are subscribed, but I wonder if they got like randomly gifted and they just weren't aware of who I was prior. And it was by the power of the shroommates that they were summoned here. Perhaps, maybe. Still stuck with ad curse. Hey, maybe one day, luck will be on your side and you will be released from the ads. You just gotta hope. Gotcha. Thanks! Hang on, what did Rex highlight? Got an idea for a tier list critique? Ask everyone to send characters who design they don't like and you judge if it's actually a bad design. Oh, wait! Rex! That's a good idea. Hang on, that's a good one that I could like put on Twitter too, to be like, hey, send me your least favorite and your favorite character design, and we'll talk about like the strengths and weaknesses of each one to determine, yes, if your favorite character design is one that is your favorite because it's a good character design or just because you're attached to it, versus least favorite character design, or ones that you hate, whether it's because they're bad character design or ineffective character design rather, or if it's just personal troubles. But that is a good idea. Thank you, Rex. I'm gonna take that down. Yeah, Rex is always cooking. Rex, I still think about Rex's quote with the AI is not a mother, it's a thief thing, and I'm like, oh, that goes so hard. That goes so incredibly hard, and Rex should put that on like t-shirts or something. It was such a good sentence. Good statement. Striker, how could you make me waste money again? Huh? What happened? Oh, Striker, thank you for giving us up to Art Fun also. Hey, look, speak and ye shall be saved, it appears. The showmates are so kind in rescuing each other. Thank you. Rotate some more, if you please. If you'd be so kind as to. Oh, we were still talking about the game that I was going to critique also. I had a train of thought and I lost it. What was I talking about? Rex's good ideas, other games I was like, oh, things I was going to talk about. So, Has Been Hotel, not a particularly appropriate animation for my community inherently, but I think people make the designs out to be way worse than they are. I think that that is a series that has an incredible quantity of haters, similar to Genshin. But for Genshin, I do think a lot of the critiques about the character designs are sensible, by and large. And while there are a lot of them that are sensible for Hazbin Hotel and the boss one, I don't actually know what that show's called, but it's called something similar. I will say there's only a couple of genuine critiques I could even have about it, which is surprising. So I do think that people should give it more of a chance if the character design is what's keeping them from watching it. And yeah, I have seen that it does seem like people hate the artist more so than anything else. Deeply dislike Vizzy and associated shows due to personal reasons. I don't really know anything about them. I know Vizzy was a Tumblr artist back in the day, which should make me more likely to be familiar with their artwork, and I was, but their work has changed a lot since then. And just the way that they write doesn't particularly interest me, as may not surprise you for being the say-so shroom that I am. I don't think curse word, sex joke, and or brown humor is funny. Those things don't really amuse me that much, so that show does not really do much for me. Oh! Selma, thank you for gifting us up to Enderium also. Very kind of you. More rotation, more rotation. Are you guys at war for like maximum quantity right now? Is that what's happening? Here, I can rotate in the chat there some. Vivzy is very problematic? Really? Vivzy Pop drama and the writing of her shows themselves. I did not know that Vivzy Pop was inherently problematic. I didn't know that. But as I said before, Jubby called me chronically online last night, and I was like, I don't think you know what chronically online is. For the fact that I sit at my computer and draw all day, I don't really keep up with what goes on the internet. So I don't think I qualify. But I didn't know there was any controversy with Vivzy. Other than people just hating. From what I've heard, don't have any desire to consume her content. Zero Inch's opinion on Husband Hotel. Super interested to hear your thoughts about the designs. Yeah, but so that's why I'm kind of torn about talking about it, is that like, it seems like it's not a really appropriate show for me to talk about inherently. It's got a lot of adult themes, it has a lot of cursing, it has a lot of drug reference and sexual innuendo and things like that. So I don't want to be causing curiosity in my community, and also especially if it sounds like the creator is not the most morally upstanding fella. I don't really want to be pushing people potentially into being interested in it. But at the same time, I do have some thoughts, because I think people are just letting their thoughts about the creator cloud their judgment as far as the actual character designs go. You know? Compromised Digital Circus? Maybe. I saw somebody also ask what brown humor is. Brown humor is like toilet humor. I don't know if that's a popular thing to call that, but that's sort of like the euphemism for saying toilet humor. Still kind of not child friendly. Yeah, it's like potty humor, yeah. Way less so than has been. So wait, I didn't know that Digital Circus was inappropriate potentially. Is that really 18 plus? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Oh wait, I forgot my necklace. We're just gonna be quick about this. I've spent so long on the body. Look how accurately I managed to get the body. I feel like it's not perfect. There's definitely proportion issues, but like, this looks like the thing I drew. Swearing, mentions of Devil's Tango, but nothing too bad. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's okay. The drug references were a little bit more. Also, sexual assault is something I know is also handled in one of the Vivzy shows, and those are things that I don't really want to have be talking about here. Those are real experiences, experienced by real people, and I know that maybe to some people is good to see a character who has been through something similar. I'm the kind of person where, because of my past experiences, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to look at anything even remotely related to all that nonsense. I am okay. Has been switched to the same right, in my opinion. Yeah, I'll talk about that if we ever critique the series. I got thoughts. Dopers, thank you for following also. Worthwhile people to discuss has been, which seems like you do. With Harry Potter, it'd be a good idea to avoid to add a disclaimer about separating the art from the artist, emphasizing that the show itself is not family friendly. Yeah, I don't think I would probably ever talk about Harry Potter on my stream, because there's not really inherently much going on in the character design department, because it's real people. That's not really designed characters. I mean, they kind of are, but it's not the same. It's much more grounded. But if Vivzy Pop is somebody who is reprehensible to the degree that J.K. Rowling is, then I actually will not touch it. If they are somebody who has done things to be comparable with J.K. Rowling, I don't know what her name is because I don't talk about her enough, then I will not be discussing it at all, probably. Not kids, but they can swear without being censored. Okay. Probably not J.K. Rowling level. Okay. Mold Lady? What? Bias, I watch the show, hung out some of the animator streams, but I don't read too much into it, just consume the product for what it is. I guess so. Can't separate Harry Potter from the creator, seeing as she makes a lot of money off of it. And see, that would be also the problem if Vivzy is not a great person and is probably also profiting off of it, and also has an animation studio as a result of it. But I need to draw my eyeballs. This is gonna be where it's gonna really break down, is trying to draw the face, probably. Okay. Major Angel Circus is much better. Offhand what Vivzy did. She's a castle? Black mold was found in her castle. Well, black mold will screw you up real bad, probably. At least for male characters, they're all either long one-color coats or pinstripe suits. Yeah, that's my thoughts. We'll talk about that if we ever get there. Do Amazing Digital Circus? Okay. In my poll that I'll put up next week, it seems like things that I am going to have us discuss are probably going to be, or like things that'll be in the poll are likely to be Amazing Digital Circus. I'm gonna keep Grand Blue Fantasy. I'm gonna keep AFK Arena / Journey, because those two have just been on the list for so long anyway that I think it's warrants keeping them there. Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem should go in there. And people have been asking for Kingdom Hearts a lot recently too, so maybe we'll toss those in. We'll finally start to move away from gacha games, maybe. Oh my god, I can't draw this mouth! There's my little cat-like mouth. Man, if the mouth is the hard part, I'm really gonna struggle when it comes to doing my eyes, aren't I? Smile, smile. Smile! Smile at the corner, please! Come on. There, good. Oh, Phantom Shade, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I gotta figure out why my alert is over here suddenly. It's supposed to be over in like the corner above my head where like my speech bubble is. I don't know why it moved or how it moved, but it is odd that it moved. Digimon. Digimon is an interesting option also, perhaps. Etrian Odyssey. I don't know that one. Oh, good night also. Thank you for hanging out. Allegedly, Vivzy had art supporting controversial conservative figures. Oh. Don't like that. Vote Digimon. Also love Digimon. You know what else we have never talked about on stream is Pokemon designs. Which is rather interesting to me that we haven't covered. I feel like Pokemon designs are something that would make sense for us to cover. Potentially. Because Pokemon are overwhelmingly quite well designed, and I do have thoughts about why people are not as much of a fan of more recent Pokemon designs as they were of older designs. Potentially. Side note to all of this. Do we have another side note? What's the side note? What note are you making on the side? See, Arknights is a playable cat character. I did not. We will come back to Arknights for the tier list at some point. So at that point, that'll probably be when we take a look into that. I need to figure out where everything goes on my head still. I saved the most complicated part of drawing me for last year, which is my hair. Let's see, this is like the general shape of my hair clumpies. And then we have the fan. Oh, something tells me this is too tall. Probably, right? Something's not right about how long all this stuff is, because we have the heart thing, right? And then it comes like that, and then we have this one. Wow, this is actually kind of working. Kind of one-shotting these. Miracle. And then like this comes around the bottom like that. Like that seems kind of right? I kind of nailed that. That's kind of correct. Wow, look at that. Oh, big stretch. Yeah, there we go, stretched. People don't like the new Pokemon? They don't necessarily like the new Pokemon, no. I think part of the reason why is because they have changed some of their character design like strategies in more recent Pokemon games, and I think that may be where the trouble is stemming from. I don't think the designs are inherently weaker. Some of them maybe. However, a lot of them, I think it's just coming down to the fact that everyone was used to Pokemon looking a certain way for a very long time, so it's hard to adjust to it not looking that way anymore. No, it's Pokemon? Huh? Mega Evolutions, the new one, are not great. I've also heard that Mega Starmie looks crazy. Mega Starmie looks wild. I don't know why that was the angle they went with. It's so funny to me. Like, I kind of like it for comedy reasons. But, like, I feel like the whole Megas are not meant to be... They're not really meant to be comedy. Are they? I don't think they are. Let me see. Make this bigger so I can push that corner in a little bit, because that's just slightly wrong and I won't be able to redraw it. Yeah, look at that. That looks right. Bam. I'm killing this. The hair? Who was scared of doing the hair? Couldn't possibly be little old me. Just sad they removed Ash Ketchum. Wait, is Ash not here anymore? In the anime? Is Ash gone? New Mega Evolutions look like they're made for the Gigantamax designers. Ah, interesting. Let's see, this comes down to like eye-ish level, and then comes like this, and then around, like, this goes almost to the outside edge of that, like this almost. Cool. There we go, and then my hair is kind of flat under here, sticks in close, and then sort of umbrellas out at the end. That's more wider, but I think that's probably the closest I'll be able to get this. Look at that. That looks like my hair. Oh no, because I'm doing this left-handed, I guess I'm covering what I'm drawing way more because the hand is in the way. So like if I can see what I'm drawing, you guys can't see it because the hand is covering it. That's actually really unhelpful. Didn't he finally win or something? No, Ash and Pikachu's journey ended. Did it end because they like won? Like did it have like a good conclusion? Or did they just decide, we've had enough with that, we're gonna move on to something else? So I remember people weren't really happy with the way Ash looked in a Lola for the anime, but I just thought he was cute. I think that the still images didn't really do justice to the benefits of his redesign. One before the end, right? Became a champion. Okay, well deserved. He'd been working on that for how many years? He'd been working on that for so long. So I think partially maybe about time. And maybe it is nice that they can do something fresh, but I do worry that it may be hard to garner as much interest and support potentially in a new character. Let's see. There we go, that's good. I'm probably gonna do the other ones of these a little bit faster just because the left-handed one I'm treating as a brain exercise right now to see if I can just like draw faithfully at all, but like with the mouth and stuff like that, I don't think I'm gonna take it as seriously probably. Are you becoming a champion? Team Rocket was apparently the only ones there to see Ash win. Aww, I mean, he's been through so much sort of like alongside Team Rocket, hasn't he? Where like they've sort of been the ones to watch him succeed and fail and all of that over time. What are people gonna do without Jesse? Are Jesse and James still in it? Because I feel like that might actually upset people as much, if not more. Potentially. I need to move this back a little bit. It was too close. There we go. Get my gills in here. I can't really see how they worked because my eye is hiding it, but then over here, this comes sort of down low along the side and then out off the edge of the face and then around like that. And then we get this like little circle thing here. That's not as accurate as I did the other side, but that's okay. We don't need perfection. Wait, hang on. This is harder because I can't see the rest of my head for proportioning while I'm doing it because my hand is covering it. Well, that's not too bad. Hang on. And then this will come, like, in here. I've already learned the number one thing you're supposed to learn when you're drawing, which is that more confidence in your lines usually makes things turn out better. I was being so sketchy the way I had approached the body that now that I'm approaching the hair by forcing myself to draw longer lines and to draw them slowly, it's working better. I'm already learning art skills that I was supposed to figure out that I already know from my right hand, which is funny. But I'm re-establishing why they're important. Whoops! Hang on, get this here. Clear that out just a little bit so I can see. Edges a little better, that's good. These lines are sure hairy anyway. VA for Ash genuinely cried when they let her go. Oh, yeah, where do you go from here? Like, if that is your career, I do wonder, because if you are somebody who is known for being the VA of a character, I wonder if it's like movies where you end up getting sort of stuck in that role almost. Where like some people end up just going straight to indie film just because they have such a hard time being separated from previous roles. Specifically, I'm thinking of like, I guess not to bring Harry Potter into this again, but like the cast of Harry Potter, I think, had some of that trouble. Not all of them, but some of them did. Where they're just too closely associated with being a child celebrity or with being a particular type of character. But I guess VAs, maybe it's not the same for them because for a lot of them, they have a lot broader of a skill set in how they can convey a character, maybe? Don't know. I won't claim to be an expert in any of this. New protagonists are a blue-haired girl and a black boy with red hair. I think they're very cute. Oh, so we're doing like duality in color. Nintendo said, what if we made them Nintendo Switch colors also? Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting us up to Ryuku. That was kind of you. Can we rotate for Selma, please? Yippee! I was gonna say, I see that you are supporting fellow members of the organization with which I do not speak of, which is very nice of you. Oh, the worst part of this is be drawing these drips, isn't it? There's one, that's a drip. Bam, erase that. Also, the Pokemon evolved. Daniel Radcliffe just does whatever he wants now, and I love that. Me too, I'm happy for him. Also for, what's her name? The girl who plays Bella Snow? I can't think of her name. The girl who plays Bella in Twilight. They just do like indie movies now, and I'm so happy for them. I mean, Robert Pattinson was also doing that for a while, but now he's back into like mainstream acting a little bit more. Okay, can I keep this angle consistent at all? Long. Whoa, nope, not quite. No, not Emma Watson. Kristen, yeah. Kristen Stewart. Kristen Stewart. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. 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 Yes, agreed. Dawn is one of his old companions that came to see Ash become champion. Typecast. Yeah, I guess typecast is one of the words I was looking for. But I hope that the VA for Ash found other work after not being Ash anymore. I guess I really don't know how that works for VAs. Oh my god. These drips are the worst part so far. No! Come on, come on, come on. It's because I have to make them parallel. That might just have to be good enough. I have to just fine-tune it if I zoom in a little bit. Oh, I really gotta keep moving. We're more than 2 hours in and I'm not even halfway done the challenges. When I get to use my right hand again, it's gonna go real quick for the eyes closed, though. Maybe we can skip around. We don't have to do these in order. And you know, maybe I'll negate a couple details here. I'll have to draw this as perfectly detailed as I did before. We'll give this like, here's my earring. It's drippy, just so that it goes a little faster. So like, not make a perfect replica, but like, here's my earring. Whoops, try again. There, good. No worry, dear beep mate. Wait, Amber, did you mess with my keyboard? Huh? Extremely attached to Ash. Yeah, Kristen Stewart was what I was talking about. I'm gonna speed run this because I want to do the next one because I want to. Well, actually, if I speed run this, I'm gonna have to stick it in my mouth and then I can't talk. Which is what I was hoping we'd be able to have Gary for. I was hoping we'd have Gary so that way I could use Gary to communicate with you all while I'm stuck put with it in my mouth because I can't talk if it's in my mouth. At least not easily. Here, only a couple drippy. Give me a couple drippy just for the thought of there being drips. And then not much more than that. Oh, if I'm racing too much. Ooh, there we go. That's better. I mean, Shroomate, right? Must have been a strange glitch. True. Not sure I missed it. Did I miss the message for Secret Santa? Oh, I have not distributed all the messages for Secret Santa yet. If you haven't gotten one yet, it's just 'cause I haven't gotten to you yet. I started, I think I got like 4 or 5 of them out, but not nearly close to all of them. I think the final count of people involved is like 29-ish? Might have been 30, but I think it was under 30. Potentially is our final count. This seems wrong. I feel like the oh wait, hang on, it's because I have to go like that. Now that's the correct angle for the gills. Man, I thought the hair would be the hardest part, but the hair went faster than the body did. Now for eyeballs, though. That's sure to be a mess. Oh, and I should have erased the head out from under here now, since I have layers. Look at that! This kind of looks like me. I kind of drew an EG. Eyeballs. The worst part. Look up the new Pokemon protagonist sometime. I will look them up sometime. I didn't even realize that Ash wasn't really a part of it anymore. So you can watch how I attempt to draw eyes, which is usually iris first, and I can see the iris is like overlapping the hair a little bit. Iris first, just to get them placed properly. Ah! This is where it's gonna get really uncanny probably though. Because if I can't get the eyes somewhat accurate, that's when it's gonna look creepy probably. Oh, because like that's not in the right spot. I can just move it, but I feel like that's kind of cheating if I like position it. Is that cheating? Is it cheating for me to use the move tool? I don't think it is. Although it's mostly that I'm using it because I just can't put my pen down in the right place, unfortunately. Let's see. And then I can kind of just like scribble my eyelash in, can I? Just dark. Actually pleasantly surprised. That kind of looks like an eye. Mediocre technology, nothing special? Didn't realize it was him, Batman. I hate relationship with the new anime, I like the new protagonist, but I miss Ash. I mean, I guess that's fair. Two of the new protagonists, their main colors are the in-between colors of the 3 starter types, teal, orange, and purple. Ah, okay, so they're doing something like thematic, I guess, with the way that they're colored also. I'm surprised they went for multiple new protagonists, but I guess technically there were always multiple protagonists in Pokemon, weren't there? Because for as much as Ash was who we mostly followed, there was Brock, there was Misty, like, there were other side characters that we did spend a pretty significant amount of time with, depending on where in the series we were. Let's see, is this thick enough for my eyelashes? I think so. And then my one little, like, whoop, nub there, and we get my little eyelash down here, my pupil. I should really zoom in and clean this up, because the fact that I spent more time on the clothing than I did on the eye doesn't make sense. Oh, hi, Incinta. Oh, you know what? I never took roll either. I should take roll at some point, too. I also forgot that I can liquefy tool, so I should liquefy the face just a little, probably, too. There we go. Clean that up. That looks better. Round this out. Bam. I started a lot of thoughts and didn't finish most of them at some point here today, though. Which I should finish some of them. Were there any threads that I'd started that I forgot? I was talking about teaching earlier, about wanting to, have my channel have some analytical chem teaching or organic chem teaching. I think I finished that one. X and Y when Brock started showing up or stopped? Did Brock stop showing up? Brock rotating Lassie? Be convinced he was an average looking, almost homely looking dude with no charm whatsoever. Was it him? Huh? Sneaking into class from a rift-bound tourney. Oh, today's a big tourney day, I guess, because today is also our tournament for Uma Musume. I showed the Discord server last night, but I got my best run that I've ever had, I think, ever, in Uma Musume yesterday. like right after stream, and I was like, well, why couldn't I have gotten that on stream? That would have been really nice if I had gotten it on stream, because then I could have bragged. But that's how it is. It's so much of an RNG game that sometimes you just don't get the runs that are any good, unfortunately, when you are live streaming in front of people. And then the first run you do after stream, because Joby is at a theater show for the students, so you're just hanging out and waiting for Joby to come home, then that ends up being like a 12K run that is an A+, and it's the first A+ you've ever gotten, and no one was there to witness it! But it's okay. So that's my horse I'm entering today, so I'm not entering the horse we raced against yesterday, because I made a stronger horse by some miracle. I forgot there's this other piece that connects around the side here of my hair. Oh, this is probably good enough. There we go. Having a comment about how Robert Pattinson is a chameleon actor who can make you forget who he is in a role. Ah, see, he's played so many different kinds of characters, I feel like, too, that we don't often know what to expect from him, either. Where he was in Batman, he's in The Lighthouse, he is famously Edward Cullen. You name it, he's done something like that. So just for the variety, I guess you really never know what to expect from him. He's, I would say, not somebody who is necessarily typecast. Maybe some of his characters end up being kind of moody, kind of consistently, but at least I don't really seem to know what to expect from him a lot of the time. But I also can't say I watched that many movies. David Tennant. I have not seen... What is David Tennant in, other than being in... What is it? In the thing with the TARDIS, Who? What is the... My brain is only giving me the Super Wholock, which is like the conglomerated fandom on Tumblr. What is that called? Doctor Who. Thank you. Wow, my brain is really working overtime to try and draw these eyes. I'm struggling. Really big, sharp outer corner. Make sure this comes nice and far down. Bam. Eyelashes. Okay. Yep. And then eyebrows, which are kind of behind the hair. Eyelid. Eyelid. This is almost done. This looks like me. I'm amazed. My head is shaped a little weird, but like, this is kind of a drawing of a person. Played a lot, even Macbeth, I think. That was a theater performance. Robert Pattinson played Macbeth? I wonder if this is a similar conversation as could be said about, like, Christopher Lee. Because I feel like he is, for our parents' generation, a guy who was in everything. He did theater, he was Dracula, what else did he do? He was a ton of roles, but most people our age only know him for Lord of the Rings, if they even know who he is. He also had a Christmas album that was like metal, I think, and it was rather interesting. My father and I listened to it every couple of years, and I can't say it's like that especially good. I think that man should have stuck to acting for the most part, but we listened to it because we miss him. He was a cool guy. Oh, this is there's nothing behind these eyes. Let me like shade this in so it doesn't feel uncanny. Look at this blank stare, EG. I like can't get anything to be filled in all the way fully because my hand is not cooperating enough for that, but like, this EG doesn't have a soul maybe installed currently. There should probably also be like a line here for that, but like, that's me. Look, it's me. I think this is plenty serviceable as a portrait of EG. For us to move on to another hand. Oh wait, I should just draw like a couple distinction lines in here. Woo! I need a couple more details in my hair so that it looks like my hair. There's like those ones, and then I have that one, nice, and then I have one in here that goes like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like that. Look at these details. Now suddenly this looks like a drawing. It's really weirdly slanted. The head is doing something. If I horizontally reverse this, it's gonna look insane because I think I'm doing some sort of weird thing where like this side of the head is too long and the eyes ended up too close. Like I'm just having like proportion drawing issues because I can't draw as accurately as I would like with this hand. See if I can make it better and not worse. I fear I'm not making it better. Oh no, hang on. My head is like weirdly wide and my neck is strange and my mouth got flattened. Maybe I just fix my mouth? But honestly, I feel like I can live with this. Let me just fill in an area behind the head, right-handed real quick so we can see the edge, and then I'll just change the line art color to be black, but like, I think that's a lefty attempt complete. Stick these in a folder so I can put one black over all of them. And look at that! It's me! That kind of looks like me. I kind of did it. Maybe a round of applause for me for that one. Mouth time! We're gonna do this quick because I'm not gonna like not being able to talk, but it's gonna be goofy. Let's see. Oh, also, before I stick it in my mouth, I've learned that the technique for any of these is that you have to find a way to brace it against something. So if I stick it in my mouth, I have to shove it in my cheek, between my teeth and my cheek. That way I can brace it against my teeth. And I'm sticking it in the left side of my mouth because I'm right eye dominant. So I have a better ability to gauge where to put the pen down like that. Just weird things you figure out having done this, I guess. But let's see how this goes. I should really stick... I can kind of talk about it in my mouth. I should stick something in my mouth in Vignon so that people who come in can figure out what's going on. Let me see. Do I have like a good prop I can put in my mouth real quick before I start this? I have hand, clown nose, rotate sandrock, hat, beard, birthday hat, googly eyes. I don't think I have a pencil in here. Do I not have a pencil? What if I stick a glow stick in my mouth? Oh, it made like a Star Wars noise. Did you hear that? Is it in my hand? Oh, it is. It's not a glow stick. This is just fully a lightsaber. Hide that. That's not a good one. Do I have anything that would work well for this? Oh, I don't think I do. Striker, are you honking at me? Why are you honking at me? Did you honk twice? Is there another noise? Lollipop, pencil maybe? I don't have either of those things, unfortunately. I have a distinct lack of props in Vignon. But you know what I can do just really quickly? If I come in here, file, new, and just make something, if I just make a square canvas, whoops, change canvas size, this should be square. I can just go like this and make a pen. And just have it as a 2D object. Oh, I don't have a bucket tool. Bucket tool. Bam. Here's the tip of it. And then we'll round this out. And then if I like go like... And then my pen sort of like tapers like this. Now I can just make myself a fake pen to temporarily stick in my mouth for this. Beautiful. Oh, you can't even see it because I'm directly in front of it. How smart of me. Ah, pen. File, save as. Let's save this as a PNG, and we'll stick it in the folder where I stick all of my things that are my funny little props. Props. Pen. Now I gotta come back to the center so that way I can find my mouth and add it, because there's this lovely ability where I can just have PNGs as props. Should be in here, and then if I go down here to my props, and then find pen. Pen. See how big it is? It's like spearing through my skull. Do you have your glasses a prop? You could put them inside your head and have the legs stick out of your mouth. No, the glasses are physically a part of the model, which isn't really helpful. This is Squiiji, and you're watching Disney Channel. I don't have the thing out anymore. Let's see, for the pen, I need to, first of all, it's huge. Like that is probably gonna be the proper scale for it. There we go. And then let me move it so we can see it. Nope, there we go. Okay, and then I have to rotate it. Give me the rotate ability. Rotate. So now I have to rotate it, I think, if I use this one. Okay, it's not rotating. That's the opposite. Oh no, wait, it's in my face, but now that's not the way I want it in my face. Hang on, hang on. This is Squiiji 3D, and you are watching Twitch.tv as I spear myself with a fake pen as I'm trying to spin it around to get it in the proper angle. There, that's good. Is that good? See, now it's a three-dimensional pen in my mouth. Bam! Now we know what's going on. It is really strange. It looks like I have a weird tongue now, but that's okay. So now people who appear will have the understanding that I have something going on with my mouth at least. So let's do it. Let's do this quickly. Let's see. I'm gonna pick the color without taking it out of my mouth, because that's the problem, is that I can't select things over here very well. Are we ready? Oh, it doesn't want to stay. Hang on. Okay, we ready? Alright. No, give me my color. Color. Yeah. Okay. Nope, wait, I don't have the pen selected. Pen. No. Okay. My head is a circle. That's not the right color. Hang on. My head is a circle. That's a circle, see? And then I have a neck. Nope, not right there. Hang on. It's playing on my mouth. Try again. I can't look at you while this is happening. I have the little round front of my face. Can you hear me? Can you hear me when I'm down here? Can you hear how much I'm struggling to make sound? Yep, that's good. Okay, neck. It has to stay in my mouth. This is really hard. Yep, there's my neck. Yep. Center of my head. I shouldn't talk while I'm drawing lines, because that makes them wobble. My outline? Yep, that's what that looks like for sure. My head is so wide. Can I get this one? Oh, I have to make it bigger. Yep, that's good. Head too wide. Head was wide. That's good. I have shoulders. Yep, I have another shoulder like this. I'm too tall. Hang on. Move down. Get down there, yeah. Better. My hair's still too big. I gotta fix that. I don't have space for my hair right now. Just crush my head just a little bit. We'll redraw it. We'll redraw that line. Yep, that's good. That's a good line. That's my ear, I promise. My overall. Yep. Hang on. Got this. Yep. My top of my head. Nope. Go again. Bad circle. Nope. Bad circle. Try again. I got this. That's a pretty decent circle. That'll do. My head's too long also. Head's don't be that long. Erase this out. I kind of look like a Peanuts character, but no. Okay. Get this. Oh, I have little like things here. Yep. Circle. 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 I feel like drawing this zoom out is kind of cheating. So I feel like I don't move my head as much. But does that actually make it harder? Because I have to use much more like refined movement with my mouth. Also, I'm not even doing it with my mouth. The drawing is not occurring with my mouth. The drawing is being done mostly with my head, I think. Like, I'm not moving my lips around to move this. I'm just moving my, like, head around on my neck. Man, it's like drawing the corner of my mouth out, too. Easily sell for 10K in an art museum. Does it mean you can't stop us from saying anything at the moment? I can't, but my mods definitely can. Eehee, I trust them. I'm sure they can do whatever they need to do to keep order in the shroom state. We're supposed to draw with our arms, not our hands or wrists. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that I don't think I'm supposed to draw from the lip. I'm supposed to draw from the head or from the neck even. Or if I drew from my whole body, that might be hard to control, but yeah. So I'm doing this right. I'm doing this right. We're supposed to draw from an arm length away anyway, also. Go down in there. My shoulder's not long enough. Yeah, there we go. Right. Honestly, the hardest part of this is just switching my tools. My head, okay. What else should I put in here? My hair, probably. That's good. Wow, those were good lines. Hang on, those were good lines. Yep, good line. Oh, that's not a good line. Nope, wait, hang on, I gotta do this one. Nope, friggin'. That first, and then that. Yeah, there we go. This should be more horizontal, actually. Oh, wait. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Striker? Wait, what? If you were to get them to try and not write a string of letters that may or may not be their name piece of paper and not much to stop you? What? What are you doing? What are you guys doing? I'm not looking. I can't see you, and I'm trying to draw up my mouth. What are you guys trying to do? Are you teaming up against me? Nope, that's not an eraser. I want the eraser. Got it. It's like kind of hurts my gums. I don't know if I recommend doing this with a drawing tablet, because I have to use a surprising amount of pressure. Okay, my hair. What? No, okay, hang on. Oh, yep, that's good. Drop my hair. Nope, that's not good. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yep. Why is my mouth better than my left hand? Like, I'm not spending much time on proportions, but I'm kind of crashing out internally right now while I'm trying to draw this. Why am I able to make smooth lines that are kind of okay with my mouth better than I can with my left hand? Granted, this still is probably gonna look better, even though it's proportionally strange. Why? Why is that a thing? Do we do that much precision work with our heads? I guess our eyes do a lot of precision work. Why do I have the muscle skill in my neck to operate my head with this level of precision when I don't in my left hand, even though I do other tasks that require precision with my left hand? How odd. Who doesn't want an autograph from EG? You gotta come meet me in person for an autograph. That's when we get autographs. I don't just give them out for free. You gotta show up. You don't have to pay me, you just have to show up. Oh. Let's go vertical. Yeah, well, like, this is so much easier. Why am I gonna draw these? This is crazy. Ooh, earring. Here. I'm actually kind of getting used to this. Here. I can see why historically people who lost access to their hands were able to become artists with their mouths. This actually is surprisingly effective. Can't come till y'all change governments. That's fair. That's gonna take a while, unfortunately. Someone what the contract was for. Why else would they want your signature so badly? What are you trying to do with my signature? Neck has less range of motion, likely makes smoother lines easier. I don't know. Head is heavy and does much motion. I guess that's true. Like, this isn't gonna be as clean of a drawing as my left-handed one, but I feel like I'm getting the gist of this much better and much faster. Nope, not like that though. Yep, there we go. This one comes down like this. If I don't talk while I'm drawing the line, it also seems to go better, which is crazy how that could possibly be a way that this might work.
It's really hard to shut up though. I don't like that. Yep, good. That's fine actually. That's an okay line. We can live with that line. Ah, that didn't really not effort. That's okay. Go like that. Yeah, okay. Right. Oh, I'm in my hood tomorrow. Right. Okay. Clean my hair out a little bit. I'm like almost done this one already. How do I do this? Maybe I can put the glasses on. I'm sure the eyes are gonna be strange though. Just clean up my chin a little. Let's get some eyeballs in here. Yep. Freaking Irish shape! I can't even tell you certain Irish is what I have to type my hand. What is going on? Never mind, not that one, dude. Hang on. That's kind of okay. Okay. Nope, not that. Mouth. Oh, that's a good mouth. I'm really wide. Now our eyes are close together. Next, work well with our head to look towards things we want here and see to avoid danger. Eye and muscle coordination. This is interesting. I'm rather intrigued. Slope back more. Oh wait, if I just move like my entire body, I can like color this in better too, like. Texture. Yep, good. I don't think we're looking in the same direction, but that's okay. Alright, can I just look if I told my head to not be wide? Because this kind of slaps. I kind of nailed it. I kind of did really well. I think that's it. I think this is it. Or shall I like one of those? What are those like? You know those the tubes? I sound like a tube. I think I sound like a tube. Circle. Oh, we do just a little eraser cleanup, but like this honestly slaps. This turned out great. I'm proud of myself on this one. Like I don't need this one. Oh, this is kind of a mess. Oh, I do these ones pretty well too. Let me just fix them. I think my liquefy screwed them up a little bit, but like, this is good. There we go. A little more detail on here.
Ugh. That made a horrible noise. What the heck? That's actually so good. I'm actually so proud of myself. That's fantastic. I'm genuinely, truly impressed that I was able to do that. I'm just gonna do my cleanup for it so that it fits with the other ones properly. But like, what the heck? You guys should do this challenge also, because I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by A, the fact that it's fun, but B, the fact that, like, you're kind of getting some victories that I don't know if you expected. Oh, it is kind of a Littlest Pet Shop. It is kind of Littlest Pet Shop-y. This one, the face is less creepy. The face here is really creeping me out, though. I think something about the angles isn't right. Like, I feel like if I were to just fix this one, I think, like, that would have to come down and, like, the eye is too narrow, probably, but I'm not gonna do that. That's cheating. I have to leave this the way I drew it. Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before, unafraid to reference or not reference, put in a blender, I'm not saying that word, vomit on it, eat it, give birth to it. What, Rex? I lost you at the end there, but I was with you for a while. Love the love subtitles box popping up and giving us nothing every time you speak. Yeah, girl, give us nothing! And by girl, I mean my box for subtitles. To the lack of no thank you as a yes and just write the name for you, Striker? What are you guys writing? Huh? Also, I need you to know, my lips are so dry after having done that. I totally, completely dried my lips out. Let me get rid of the thing in my mouth, though. Now it's time for my foot. I gotta dry my pen off for that, though. Get rid of the pen in my mouth. Let's hide it. Whip, goodbye. Foot time. Chapstick time. Yeah, I'll put some chapstick on for sure. There we go. Left, mouth, foot. Or drop that down. Sketch. Give me a pen. Use red, because red makes me feel things are less important. And here's the terrible part. I don't know if I've explained to you guys this. I hate feet. I actually really do not like feet. I don't like anyone's feet. It's not even my own feet. But I did learn in my testing when I was making Gary. Oh, I should hydrate, you're right. But I did learn in my testing for drawing with your feet that socks are not a part of the equation. Because the reason they don't work is just because they don't have enough grip, unless I had like socks that had grippy on them. I have to hold it with my bare toes and I don't like it. It disturbs me. This is gonna be interesting. Also, I'm using my left foot to draw as opposed to my right foot because there's not enough space on my desk with my mic and my leap motion and like all my other items to do it with my right foot. So I guess that is also a disadvantage. Maybe. I don't think my right foot is any better at this than my left foot would be. You have bare toes? Yeah, the bear with me is the toes, probably. Please head over the contract. Yeah, no contracts. Need to be submitted for registration with authorities, and that's the Inquisition. Rex is on my side now. Okay, there we go. Oh, there was a thread that I started earlier that I was going to talk about because I had just like briefly mentioned, oh, this is bad. I don't like this already. I just sit like so far away. Do I have the pen selected? I do. Okay. Okay, got it. The thing that I was going to try and talk about earlier that I forgot was, oh God. Ah! That's my circle for the head. Look at that circle. The reason why I'm not doing art restoration and conservation right now is being furthered by the fact that no longer is that degree that I would be getting qualified the same way legally. So, or soon it may not be because there's some nonsense going on at the Department of Education that would negatively impact my ability to get that degree right now. And it's evil and it's strange. Is that Door? Oh my God, it does kind of look like Door from Hit Media Reverse 1999. Which reminds me of something. Oh wait, hang on, get back. I selected the wrong color. Give me back pink. There we go. I gotta move where the little like thingamabob is so I don't hit it with my toe. Oh, yeah, as is to be expected, there's a lot of nonsense. I think the lady that fixed the Jesus painting caused that? No, the US government caused this. It's Department of Education nonsense, not greater art restoration conservation world. Although I did talk to people recently about the problem going on in conservation right now is that it's become a rich people hobby. So it's harder to do if you are not a rich person, because all the people in the field that I am competing against, this is just too big. This needs to be smaller. All the people in the field I'm competing against are people who have the money to do a 9-month internship in Italy unpaid, which I not now and not ever have been able to do. So they're the ones I'm competing against for like scholarship and for other things like that. And I can't afford to do that. No, I'm screwing it up. Where's my undo button? I'm gonna use my left hand to do undos, because if I don't, this is gonna take an hour. Clean this up so it's not a mess. Oh my god. Paints are freaking expensive, like Sennelier or Rembrandt. Yeah! Is there an Onionverse 1999 that's a reference to the Onion news site? There is! Yes, that is true. There is a character who has an onion for a head. And there's also a scarecrow. Amazing. More like amazing. Get that. But yeah, that is a very classic art history case. The one where, oh god. That lady claimed to have credentials in art restoration. Wow. This is incredibly difficult. This is the worst one yet. Lady claimed to have credentials in art history, only for her really to not have any, and then just totally destroy a painting, which is really annoying. Same thing happened to a painting that my family has particular thoughts about, and particular, how would I put it, like, connection to? Because there's a museum that owns a painting that my family should actually own because of nonsense. Just to put it briefly, Nazi nonsense where they took paintings from people in World War II, and then the painting went to a museum where it now lives, even though my family should be the ones that have it. But that museum that now owns it did some restoration work on it, and they kind of goofed it up a little bit. Finding it cool talking to the art conservationist at a local art museum when I was in college. No, don't be wrong. A lot of people who are currently in the field for art conservation are lovely people who really love it, and they love the work they do, and they work really hard for it, and all of that, and they have all the credentials they should have to do it. But unfortunately, if you're somebody who's trying to get into the field right now, there's so much competition from people that, unless you are rich, you will not be able to outcompete, that it's becoming very challenging to get into. And I was so excited about it too, because I love art and science, so I thought it'd be a good match for me, but no, not quite. Wrong by them in the past, still wrong by them now. Yeah, of course they did, yeah. So there's a museum that, funny enough, is in Germany that decides they own this thing. So they did some restoration work on this painting back near the time where they had, like, acquired it back from the, aforementioned Nazis. And, that restoration work they did actually did damage the painting, as did a lot of mid-19th century restoration work. We weren't very good at restoration work in the mid-1900s. Notoriously, we would put holes in things to display them, which is like the biggest no-no ever that you should never do. They have had the painting restored since that change was made to it. So, like, it's in okay shape right now, but, like, it's not great. Oh, wait, this is actually really hard because I can't move my leg very freely from my knee because of the angle I have to have my leg at. If I could, like, have my leg straight, this might be easier because I have it, like, bent and folded up around my desk. Oh, wait, that's a line. That's a good line. Hang on, I kind of got that one. So they did restore the painting a little bit better, but we're still mad about it anyway, which is part of the reason why I wanted to do art restoration and conservation also, is because we've got family reasons and interest. Oh, get my overalls in there. Yeah, there's overall. Here's my strap. Okay, I'm kind of getting used to this, though. I just have to be okay with the fact it's gonna be a little bit loose, probably just like a little bit cubist influenced. Yep, and then there's like a circular thing here and a circular thing here. My neck is incredibly long. Let's see if I can use my foot to navigate through my tools and get my lasso so I can move my head down. Oh god. Can you see how wobbly it is? Move this down. File a complaint to the German consulate. So my grandfather has tried many things, but none of them have worked. We have been told, because my grandparents, because they have a lot of money, were able to contact a lawyer about it, because it's not theirs. It technically would have belonged to my... It would probably have gone to my grandfather's brother, had it still been in the family at that point. The painting, but he was advised that if we want something to be done about that whole situation, the best thing to do is to have it written into a will, because that will open a lot of investigations as to lineage and all that kind of stuff. So there may be some investigation done into this in the future that may be helpful to my family. However, just hasn't been done yet. You know, actually, this isn't going as terribly as I thought it might. The body actually looks kind of decent. Let's see, hair. So we'll start with the big circle in the center. Yeah, I guess the way I'm switching between topics must be kind of confusing right now. Ooh, there's that one heart thing, and then here's the next heart thing, and then here's this heart thing. For the top of my hair, perfect. Actually, I should redo all of that. None of that was accurate enough to the way I drew the body. Take two. Can you argue the provenance? I don't know what that means. I actually don't know enough legalese in order to be able to be in any way helpful about how this should or should not go with the reclaiming of that work. Oh, this is not the right shape at all. It needs to be more circular. Okay, wait, that's better. Erase some of that out of the center. But yeah, also, the other thing that goofed me up when I wanted to do restoration was that when I was going to be going to a program to Italy that I had a scholarship to do, COVID happened. And then that program never reopened after COVID, unfortunately. So I did not get to get that experience either. Proof of the source of the artifact. Oh, see, that I fear may be also one of those things that's like hard to prove, because my family wasn't especially well off when the family who lived in Italy, which is why they came to the US. Also because of aforementioned World War II. They came here because things kind of sucked where they were in Italy. So I wonder if we do have good record as to ownership of it. I fixed the flock's horns and made skin tone variants to them too. Artifact was stolen. Yeah, so that does make it, yeah, that also makes it troublesome. Which, like, I'm sure there is some documentation of it being somewhere that my grandparents' family had. Like, there's primary source in writing, I think, that mentions it as being theirs. Draws a giant square for the edge of my hair, that's good. That's what my hair looks like. There we go, that's the top of my head. Erase that, just clean it up a little bit. Hurrah! It's a problem that private ownership of artifacts is not viewed very well. Yeah, because it is also a piece that was by a relatively famous artist. And the reason why my family had had it was because of historic, like, it was historically gifted into the family, and but it was kind of gifted as like I don't want to say like under the table, but like, I don't think the guy who gifted it to my family should have had it anyway, but the person that he had taken it, or the place that that guy had taken it from, I think is less of a legal issue. So I guess we go back far enough in time, maybe my family doesn't even actually have any right to it, because it was stolen in like the 1700s. No, it's not a Michelangelo or Da Vinci, it's not quite that level. It's a cool guy, but not those guys. And I actually don't think Michelangelo's that cool of a guy. He was kind of a whiner. Have you read Michelangelo's poems about working in the Sistine Chapel, where he's like, oh, this sucks. They're not letting me draw these men the way I want. They're making me put clothes on them. And I lay on my back every day, toiling away for something that I will never get to love. He's got like poems on the edges of like paperwork from that time, and it's really funny to read them because he really hated his time working in the Sistine Chapel. It was required reading when I was at school for art history. Oh, this is kind of... The fact that this is even remotely recognizable as being my hair is already incredible. How is this even happening? You know what I'm surprised about is how little we've talked about art history. Oh, okay, wait. Do that. There we go. Okay. And then this comes from down here. Ooh, that was a good shape. Hang on, wait. Can I get another good shape? Kind of. Not fully, that's good enough shape. Kind of like it more than he hated it. Is that weird? Is what weird? His poem? Or you like it more? You like the Sistine Chapel more knowing that he hated working on it? I kind of also like it more because without having that like extra kind of fun fact, I'm like, yeah, it's biblical artwork. It's all right. It's not that crazy. Oh my god, you can't see what I'm doing at all because of the way that this hand is, can you? Half the stuff I'm doing, my hand is covering, I think. Man. I only follow cute VTubers. Thanks, I'm glad you think I'm cute. I'm glad the fact that I'm drawing with my foot right now isn't impacting your thought of me at large. Is that like getting a commission that pays well but hating every bit of it? I think it is. I think that would be considered similar, which I have been in similar circumstances before. Not in VTubing, I don't think, but like just in commission work that I did before I was a VTuber. Oh, that was supposed to be a hair drippy, and it wasn't. Oh, God. There, that's a hair drippy. Now it's a hair drippy. Got it. Why did somebody say free the willy in YouTube chat? Ked, what is that in a relation to? What? Oh, I know what that's in relation to. It's because Michelangelo was mad he couldn't draw them all artistically nude for the Sistine Chapel ceiling. He was specifically asked to draw leaves over the body parts of the people who were depicted. So that's okay. I'll allow it. I'll say that's fine. I know why it was said, and it was said for a reason that did relate. Orcas. You know, whales could be also something that makes sense. This is so hard because I like can't see what I'm doing. My like foot is in the way of what I'm trying to see myself drawing. There, that's good. The fact that I've drawn myself so many times, I think, is also helping me to draw this more correctly in the later times, so I don't have to look at the reference. Why is that something I wasn't allowed to do? Well, Free the Willy is relating to just discussing, yeah, body parts in a way that we probably would not normally do on a Squiiji stream. However, it was in context, it was fine. There we go. Okay, good. All right, give me like some gills or something. That's great. Eyeballs. I'm sure this can only go well. I feel like I can liquefy some of this a little better. You know, if nobody's got me, the liquefy tool sure does have me because, man, I feel like I'm really able to push some of these drawings into like almost looking correct via liquefy tool because I don't actually need that much precision. I just need a direction. Being church was probably frowned upon. The nakedness? Maybe. Why was this something wasn't Duke's? It's the Catholic Church, most famous prudes of all time. Second only to, well, Puritans. Fair. There is a reason why it was disallowed, because there were sculptures that were allowed to be fully nude at that time. But a lot of the sculptures got in trouble when they were nude because a lot of them were depicting figures who necessarily weren't doing the best of things. They were people who were maybe doing stuff that was frowned upon as an example of like what not to do. Oh, that's actually a fantastic mouth. That's a beautiful mouth. We're keeping that. It's not accurate to the drawing, but that is amazing. I'm so glad I drew a good mouth there. But yeah, a lot of figures being depicted are people that we shouldn't be feeling in any way favorably towards. Not Devil Tango's sculptures, but sculptures that unfortunately, because they were nude and because they were, you know, trying to represent sins, were drawn in a way that, or sculpted in a way that may have been very appealing to a general viewer. So therefore, they had to cover them up because they were inspiring bad thoughts in people. Not bad, but like, what the church considered bad. Sinful thoughts in people, maybe somewhere. The ancient version of, oh no, he's hot? Yes, exactly. So they had to cover them up for that reason, which is really funny. Why are you drawing so with your foot? I wish I could tell you. I think I was just being too stiff when I was using my left hand, and I was being too perfectionist, and I think that actually was making it worse. With the foot, I'm just kind of letting myself do whatever. Ugh. And like every once in a while I get a really bad line, but if I just kind of like relax and breathe and kind of like just let myself do it. Oh, that's an eye. Like, it's not going well, but like it's going okay. Oh my god, wait, that's kind eye? How did I do that? Oh my god, scribbling actually works kind of well with the foot. We're like learning what techniques work well. Like my eye is totally smaller and way too far over on this one than it was in the other one. This is just another wide EG. Jesus Christ fell out of my yogurt pack? Hey, speak of him and he may appear, I guess. Sinning but slaying. Kinda, it was during the 1840s. Random Jesus encounter. I think that's how most encounters with him probably worked. Oh, yep, that's an eye. That's good. Get me like the little like thing in the center that looks like pupil. Yup. Nope, hang on, that's not where that should be. I feel like actually not drawing the guidelines in the center of their face actually is helping. Corner of eyelash. This EG is just really smug. Smug because drawing with foot actually worked. This is crazy. I feel like I actually did a good job here. Look at that! That's actually me! That's actually really fantastic. I can like, probably like, fix it just a little bit more with liquify. But like, look at that! That's me! Oh my god! I'm impressed by this one. I should like squish this down so it's not overlapping things as bad. But now we're on to like the final ones. I can use my hand again. Oh, my hip is like all stiff now. Let me put my sock back on. I think I really deserve a round of applause for this. This is magnificent. Let me frame it a little bit better. There we go. Look at that! Oh, I'm gonna need to like stretch my leg after that. Ooh. Alright, we should just stand up for a second, probably. After I put the white in behind this one, so I can put my sock back on, and so I can get my hip to not hate me, having done that. That's the other reason I didn't do it with my right leg, is if my right hip is not the greatest thing that exists. So as not to anger it, I used my left. There we go. And then I missed a couple little bits up here. Love being able to clapter again. Welcome back to Clapter, Riraku. Thank you for all of your applause. I live for the applause, applause, live for the applause, applause. Thank you, thank you. I'm truly an expert artist. Let me stand up and just like stretch my hip out for a second. Wait, this is new. When did we get that? That one, the glue stick, is for an event that is occurring in like 40 minutes. It's for the Uma Musume tournament that I am in. We're going to be Uma Musumeing our way on over there as a raid, and then I'm gonna be getting interviewed at some point, and then my horses are going to compete. My team is called Team Glue Eaters. Yeah, it's the Glue Eaters. I saw you liked my tweet about it. So I made a little emote so we can cheer in the Twitch chat. Glue stick's a cheer stick is wild, but it's cute, isn't it? It's cute. It's silly, which is all it has to be. Okay, now I close my eyes to draw EG. This will be interesting. You guys can tell if I open them. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in because there's no sense in looking at the reference. I have to go from memory. Zoom in so I like can't miss the screen. And I'm gonna put my arm, like my left arm is gonna be a barrier on this side so I don't accidentally go too far outside the box. I'll hit my arm instead. Okay. Let's see. We'll find Zen. Everything is calm. I should just draw my head all in one stroke, probably. My head is like that, and then probably my neck is like here, and my shoulders go like this, and my other shoulder goes like that, and then somewhere between them I have my overalls and my little parts at the top, and then the two little circles on them. This one's gonna be probably really quick. Oh, I'm drawing way too small, I think. Probably, but we'll scale it up at the end. I forgot that I zoomed in so far, but hair is gonna go somewhere in here, and then it goes into my shoulder, right? And then it comes over my face, and then goes like that. And then the other side of my hair goes like this, and then from the center of my head, it goes like that, I think. And then that one around the outside I was supposed to take all the way into my shoulder, which I don't think I did. And then I have my, I think at the top, I don't know why I just drew a circle. I'm gonna hit an undo button. That wasn't supposed to be a circle. It's like oblong. It should be like that. And then I have my heart-shaped things at the top. right? And then there's like something like that. I left the eyes for last because I feel like it's really funny when the eyes are in a completely wrong, incorrect, nonsense place. Let's see. I'm gonna guess, I have no idea where anything is, but I'm gonna guess my eyes are probably like here. I'll just like kind of scribble over them. That's an eye, and then I should probably do the inside of the eye. I already lifted my pen up. This is the inside of the eye, I promise. This is the inside of the eye. And then over here, I'm gonna do another eye, and then I'm gonna do the inside of the eye first before I forget where it is. And then we'll do the outside of the eye. Here's my eyelash. Oh, and I need eyebrows too. That's one. That's the other one. Did I forget anything? I won't look at what I drew. I'll cover it with my arms. I'm gonna look at chat. Did I forget anything? Did I forget to draw anything? 8? Love this EG. EG in the abstract world. What a character. Calling yourself Team Glue Eaters for a horse riding tournament is wild. We wanted to be silly. Aldrich, EG, Droopy. Did you forget to— oh, I don't have a nose or a mouth, probably. You're right. I didn't say nose or mouth. I don't know where at all they could possibly be located right now, but nose, mouth, and I'm sure I placed that correctly. These EGs need to be future thumbnails. Mushroom holes or like top— oh, I didn't really do anything as far as— there's no detail on the mushroom cap, is there? Hang on, so I'm gonna guess— oh wait, I should have picked my arm up. Hang on, I gotta cover it again so I can figure out where to put my arm again as a guideline. Okay, arm goes here. Okay, I didn't see anything, don't worry. I'm gonna guess that probably the side of my head is like over here, right? And then I have the one that's like here, and then I think I have one on the other side of my head too, like that? Maybe? Oh, and I have freckles. I'm sure those are in the right spot, for sure. Gonna love this one. Eyes are closed so y'all can sign as much contracts as you want. Hey! Don't be bad! Don't be bad while I'm working on things. No! They're beautiful. Thanks. For your drippies? Oh, my drippies! You're right, my drippies. Okay, hang on. So, drippy, drippy. I think I have a long one here, and then I have one that's like that there, probably. I think I'm gonna look now. I think that's gotta be everything. I haven't drawn my sunglasses in any other than the first, and I feel like it might be too chaotic, but let just for fun, I'm gonna say probably glasses are like up here? Like that. What happened? Wow, this is very cubist. This is the best one. I did this phenomenal. This is amazing. Let me scale this so it fits in here nicely, but like, this is lovely. I'm actually still kind of impressed by myself on this one. The fact that like, some of these elements kind of ended up in the right spot. Where is my mouth? Where did I draw my mouth and my nose? I don't even know where I put them. This is not the peak of artistry. It kind of is. Where did you guys watch? Oh wait, there's my nose and mouth. They're firmly planted within my neck, which is exactly where they go. My drippy is above my eye somehow. I totally lost all context as to where anything was located for this one. This is beautiful. There we go. See, these ones went a lot faster. I love this one. The foot one is my favorite. The mouth being so wide is so good. The mouth on the mouth one is so narrow. When you picked your arm up, you put it back down very high. Oh, that's where I lost my context. You're right. That's fair, because these are all more or less vaguely in an okay area. Like the hair being lower than the head is funny. The eyes being lower than the entire head also is funny. Neck mouth sounds like a fun horror concept. That would be a neat horror concept. New profile picture. I guess it could be. Oh wait, let me fill this in too real quick. There we go. Do you see how much more confidence I had in all my strokes too? They're like dark. These ones are all so light. So now the final is drawing upside down. Look at this. Let's see. So turn my whole canvas upside down. Oh, my arm is gonna cover my reference though, unfortunately. I might have to do something different so my arm's not covering the reference. Actually done that. It needs to be color, design gets rotated. Yeah, the whole thing has gotten rotated. So for eyes closed, I can probably just generally say my head is probably gonna be like here. I probably have like my face like right here about, and this could probably be like the center line. And then my eyes sit right above that. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally end up with it looking like I'm looking up. Everything's gonna get a little bit slanted, probably. And then here's gonna be my hair, probably. Like this, and then there's like these little bits in here. This might actually not be far enough over. Hang on. Yeah, no. Further over a little bit. I'll clean this up as I go, but we're just gonna get the general idea first. And see how goofy this ends up looking at the end. I'm not gonna line this one like I did the right-handed one. The right-handed one was my, not show off, but like, I can draw! I promise I can draw. I have to prove it. Okay, so these things start like here, it seems like. Wow, this is a way harder shape to draw upside down. I guess I drew that right. That is a way harder shape to draw upside down. Why is that so hard for me to draw upside down? There we go, little hearts. For an angle challenge. Oh, I was gonna do that, but I just, in all of the things I want to draw, I just don't have time for so many of them, unfortunately. I have so many ideas, there's so much to draw out there in the big wide world, that it's hard to just get the time to do any of it. Let's see, so hair is gonna go like this, and then it goes out and around. And into my shoulders. I should probably have a neck at some point in here. The neck is like just off the center line, like in here. I'll only put 2 of those there. Let me clean this up just a little bit. I can be a little more confident about where I'm placing lines here probably now too. Now that I'm looking with my eyeballs. So now it's easy to draw because you got 5 other references. True, I've also drawn enough times that it is definitely helping me. I can kind of remember where things are. It's like I know that this should come in still in the face area probably. And then it comes out like this and around. Although I think I have to get close, further out to the edge. The only thing is I feel like I'm gonna have a little bit of a harder time with this one just because the proportions might end up a little bit funny. Have you ever drawn anything upside down before? It's a good challenge if you're trying to practice how to look at something as opposed to how to assume things are supposed to be shaped. Because I'm not drawing from like a good reference that's like anatomical in any way. I'm not actually really getting that advantage right now. It's not really teaching me that skill, but this is just a funny thing to test. Actually 4. Well, I mean, I still drew it once here. Once in art class. The foot one's so cute, reminds me of my dog. Does your dog have a really wide face? That's a funny statement to say also, that the drawing you made with your foot is cute. It reminds me of my dog. Let's see, so shoulders, I think the shoulders are angled, right? Kind of. And I have this little thing here, and then it kind of slopes down and out, and then this one kind of just comes over and out. That's a shoulder. Like the challenge of drawing with one line and not lifting your pen. That's a good one too. I like that one as a challenge for doing still life drawing. Ooh, wait, this is too long. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta do a little correction already. This is too long. I can tell something's not right. This should be only disappearing right there. And then these ones should be higher because they're supposed to be up near the eye. There we go. That's more correct. I would say. Like Etch-a-Sketch? Kind of like Etch-a-Sketch. I would say that Etch-a-Sketches are probably much harder to use, but I guess it's the same principle. Have you guys seen the people who make Etch-a-Sketch art? Because that is something that does truly stun me. There was somebody who was a past student in my grad program who used to mail my professor Etch-a-Sketches where I think he had, like, I don't actually know how you do it, but you like super glue essentially all the etchy sketchy so that way it doesn't move ever again anymore. And then because of that, like, you can like give them to people as gifts. And there was a portrait of my professor on a mini Etch-a-Sketch that hung in his room, which was really cute. Yeah, it was neat. But people make it, like, when I say a portrait, I mean that it was like an anatomically realistic portrait of my professor. Like, it was genuinely, technically very well done. starting to think my head might be too short. Hang on, lengthen my head a little bit, because I do think I've got too much torso right now. There, that seems better, probably. It is crazy how much faster I can draw. How fast I can draw, just period, if I am drawing with a hand that I intend to draw with. So what this does make you appreciate already, me, I'm the one appreciating already, is the fact that it's so much less of a challenge to draw this right now. Oh wait, that shouldn't be out there. This should be in here. Than it was for the other ones. I guess the most freeing one is the eyes shut one, because you just kind of do whatever you want and it turns out kind of funny. But you don't have to worry about any of these looking perfect. I think I made my head too wide probably, and that needs to come down a little bit. But like, this is kind of correct. It's not going to be as fantastic as my upside right one, but it's going to be pretty decent, I would hope. But man, this does make me feel a lot better about my coordination skills. This comes into the upper shoulder like that. Let me get my chin a little bit clearer before I start cleaning up. I think my head's gonna be too small. Potentially still. Although I may accidentally make it really wide again. Because like this doesn't feel like it's the right size. We're not gonna worry about it, it's gonna be okay. This feels a little bit too thick. Just push everything around. John the character hasn't posted an art. Ooh. Squeiji, look. What are we looking at? Oh, just drawing of art. Has the same mouth as a 1,000-yard stare. This one has truly a 1,000-yard stare. These two kind of are siblings. This is the less creepy sibling somehow. This one creeps me out way more, and I think there's something in the way I did the eyes that is bothering me. The other ones are so vaguely... They're not as effectively human looking. So I think that's why they're creeping me out. Let's see, that should really be a flatter angle. I'll put my overalls on, which are kind of squared. The buckles, I really tried to go for a lot of detail on those buckles in my left-handed sketch. Don't really know why I did that. Just made it take more time. I could have been looser. I could have not. Blush when they smile, so cute. Oh, we're snooping on art other people have posted. I'll be intrigued to see that at some point here, probably. I have to be good and finish my homework first. My self-assigned homework. I made those buckles really big. That's okay. We'll call this a stylistic decision. I'm sure that's fine. I don't think I've done a very good job at making these follow the contour of the body, though. Hang on, let's see. Can I better contour these along the body a little bit with this? Yeah, I can. There we go. That one was also a lot wider than the other one was. Should probably just redraw this. There we go. Contour the body. There's like a fold in there somewhere. There's like a line in here. I have necklaces that I forgot about in at least 2 of my other drawings. There we go, and we'll do the eyeballs, and that'll probably be it for that one. I just want to see how accurately I could have managed it. Okay, so eyes. Probably one like right here, I'd imagine? One, two, three. It'd be funny if there was a way where I could have you guys see... Wait, can I do that? Can I invert the source so you guys can watch me draw it upside down? Hang on. You guys can watch me draw it upside right. Can I do that? Yes, I can. Hang on. Wait. There. Now it's upside right for you guys. So now we'll see. Now you can see how well I did this. Even though I can't. I did see it for a second while I was rotating it, but I didn't really pay attention. I was just trying to figure out how to spin it. Shorter on that side, and then there's like this little thingy in my eye. That'll probably be good. Erase this out. Hand is upside down and it's wigging me out. Oh, I guess the hand is upside down too, isn't it? Hang on, I think my neck is too long compared to the other ones. Wait, if I'm comparing angle, well, no, the angle actually seems fine, but I think my neck is too long. Is it? I have a kind of long neck anyway. Eye too small. I think every single other one of these has a bigger eye. Let's see. Yeah, that seems better. And then if I put another eye, like, here? Because it is pretty close to my hair, I think. That seems good, and then corner. Although that feels really close to my mouth. Did I not place this eye properly? That's an EG. This doesn't look right. There's some proportional weirdness happening here right now. This eye, I think, is too low right now, although that's a little better. I think everything is too far away from the chin and the face right now, also. Let me just move the eyes completely down. That's better. Reconnect these things in here. I think this eye probably just has to go up in general. It's actually a lot harder to figure out proportions from upside down. I think my head is going to be too wide again also. I don't know why I keep drawing heads wide. But that is something I sometimes accidentally do when I'm drawing anyway. And then if I get this, I think I still have to do my little, like, whoop, whoop thing, and then I have one whoop, whoop, down there. If I clean that up, but I think I'm almost done. How am I doing? Let's see, a gauge. Really, really funny. Oh god, okay. Well, at least it's funny. If I was taking a long time and I wanted to do this properly as, like, an actual exercise of practicing art skill, I would be doing a lot more cross-referencing with what the original drawing looks like for proportions, but I'm not worrying about it right now. I need some drips probably, so there's like one here, and then there is like one of these things that comes in like this, and then this comes down here like that. Syntharooks, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oh, I don't have eyebrows. You're right. Hang on. We can do angry eyebrows for this one. That's an angry EG eyebrow. This eye doesn't seem like it's at enough an angle. Oh. There we go. Let's see. That's probably better. I need to get rid of some of this nonsense that's happening in here, because if I can't see inside the eye, it's going to be really weird and creepy. There we go. What other details do I need? Probably some more things to define the shape of the hair. I need more gills probably too. Did I not put my earrings on my eyes closed one? I guess I didn't. There we go. Just clean everything up a bit. But I think I'm gonna call this one pretty soon here. I need a drippy, like... Oh, wrong angle. Hang on. Drippy. Here. And then I think I have a second drippy on this side. Oh wait, no, there's another drippy that's not connected, I think. I think it's like that, and then these are just like gills underneath. Have I missed anything else on this one? I think I have all the quintessential Squiiji parts on here. Determined EG? Looks like EG crossed with Chibi Doki? Really? What? I'll be intrigued to see what's making you say that. I'm realizing the bottom of my head isn't level, and that's usually how seems to be how I'm drawing these usually, is that the bottom of the head is level. So now I'm just gonna do a little bit of final fixes, maybe? Let's zoom out and see what this looks like compared to the others. So I think that's too narrow. I think this eye is just not right at all, probably. This eye is too small, I think. Mouth seems fine. Head might be a little bit wide. This isn't high enough. You know, honestly, I might be kind of okay with this. This might be alright the way that it is. What on the tip of my tongue, Chibidoki, right? What about it is Chibidoki? Is it the mouth? I want to know if this looks like upside right soon, but like as soon as I do that, I can't edit it anymore. So like I don't know if I'm done editing to be okay with rotating it. upside right. I gotta like finalize all my edits before I do that. This need to be like further out maybe? Because I know something doesn't seem right here already. Something seems wrong. I think there's too much curve at the bottom of the head. The angle that the neck is attaching in is a little bit weird. Maybe also like, it has to be a little bit more like that maybe? Maybe? You look so tall. Am I tall? Thank you, Squiiji. I've never been called tall before in my life, I don't think. So I'm honored that you would say that about me. Drawing upside down is, if that's the way to make me tall, then I'm here for it. Got that thingy, I have this thingy, and then I have one that's like this with a little split in it. But you know, that might be fine. That might be okay. You were? Oh, was I? Was I T-posing and I didn't notice? I may have been. Looks fun. Thanks! Right now I'm drawing upside down, but I have it upside right for people who are looking, so they can laugh at what it looks like, but it's upside down for me. And I'm currently trying to do some problem solving because it looks weird still to me. I can tell something's wrong, but I can't tell what it is that's wrong. Angle. Angle is right. Angle of the face. Oh, the angle of the face isn't right. Hang on, my lips are too far forward. My lips need to come, like, back here a little bit. The mouth has depth. The nose should be closer to that eye. Probably. Oh, and also, I think the nose and mouth might be too high. The freckles are too far over. I'm just doing comparative now. Ooh. Doing art school accessories. New height surgery, get rotated upside down. I guess that would make you taller, maybe if you were me, only if you were me. I'm intrigued to know what we mean by it making me taller, though. All of these seem to be proportionally about the same. I don't think I drew the head much higher than the other ones, did I? I don't think I did. Unless I'm missing something. I'm too curious now. I feel like I'm too curious. I want to know what this looks like too much to keep doing stuff to it, but there's still something wrong. Can you give me a hint as to what is wrong? Because I'm sure there's something that isn't right. Because there's like an uncanny thing happening to me right now looking at this. Because I know that I'm looking at a portrait of myself, but it doesn't look right. Give me a hint. Your posture looks better? Am I just used to myself not having good posture? Is that what's bugging me? Is this too flat? Is this supposed to be, or not flat enough? Is this supposed to be like that maybe? I don't think that actually helped anything. I think it looks better rounded. Looking upwards, look good. Your model is just tall for a sec. Oh, it wasn't this that I did. Did I do this or did I go here? I may have been somewhere else, but I do have a toggle that makes me tall. See how much taller I look when I do this? Although it does screw my hair up a little bit. It makes my hair jiggle. Come back over here. Look, I'll be tall for a second. I'll have normal human proportions, as crazy as it is. Oh, did I have a long neck? Was it giraffe-y? That was what it was. I see. The face is perfect. Okay, face is perfect. What is not perfect right now? I feel like I need to see that curve. What is not perfect? What am I missing? Tallification? There we go. Now I'm as tall as I possibly could be. What happens if I hit this button? Oh. I'm screwing something up. I somehow undid giraffe-y. I'll give myself giraffe-y physically in Vignon as repayment. I thought it was just gonna make my head smaller in giraffe-y if I did that. Hang on, where's my Twitch redeems? Oh wait, it'll be in the second file of Twitch redeems. Optical illusions, you have an upside down picture of the person, looks wrong, turn upside right. Maybe this is the opposite? Wait, so does it not look that strange upside right somehow? It really feels like I have something incredibly wrong right now. Which I guess maybe I don't, but I can't believe that could be possible. I so strongly feel like there has to be something incredibly wrong with it. Where's Uma-EG? Is Uma, or Giraffe-EG, is it not in here? That's merch. Here, no. I don't know what those are for. Is that for bits? I think it is. Rage Mate, that's the desk. This is fine. Oh, there. Well, that's Uma-EG, which I already have. Where's Giraffe-EG? Ooh, EG, Is this it? That's cozy, EG. Where? I can't even find the thing I'm supposed to be trying to give you. It's missing. Hello? Let's see. What corners did I not search? The fact that my file is so disorganized is not helping. Is it? Nope, that's TG. That redeem doesn't have a name. Snowball. It's for the winter. Man, I can't find it, so I'll just give you a spin, I guess. These names are good? What names? What are we naming? Oh, my channel point redeems, maybe. What if drawing with your hand and foot at the same time to double your output? People do that. People write sometimes with other things. Sometimes people will write with there's like a party trick. You're right. These are angled, which doesn't make sense. People will write with one hand in one language and the other hand in another language. I knew somebody who could write a sentence in Latin with one hand, and then he could write it, I think, in Greek with his other hand? Just totally just showing off, but like, at the same time, I feel like that's a pretty amazing, incredible skill to have. It feels pretty insane. Right EG, left EG, mouth EG, eye EG, foot EG, upside down EG? I mean, I can't even talk and write at the same time. Honestly, me either. I struggle to draw and write at the same time, or draw and talk at the same time. Of course, I could probably not draw and write at the same time. But like, trying to get your brain to do things separately, I feel like it's one of those skills that somebody who's good at piano would probably excel at. Because you're doing two different things with each hand, but with this, I don't really use my left hand very much when I'm drawing. There we go. That seems less weird. I think that may have been what it was. I don't know what led me to accidentally do that. What made me decide I was gonna make my head make my hair drips diagonal? That solved everything, actually. I think I'm done. I think that's good. I think that's an EG. Let me rotate my canvas so I can see it again. Oh. So, what am I doing? My head is so vertically condensed. I think I accidentally was referencing this one's proportions too much because it was next to it. Man. That's okay. That's so silly. Let me put it back upside right, though. Where's the... Oh, okay. I, like, lost the source off screen. Ooh! Get rotated the entirety of Clip Studio Paint! Let's see, if I put it, like, right there... I have to, like, realign this with where it's supposed to be. That's where it's supposed to be. Got it! At one point you were almost like the giant ground sloth from the Ice Age movies? What? How did my head, like, astronomically wide accidentally? Because I probably could believe that. Thank you for the round of applause! I'm actually pretty proud of this. I think I did a pretty stellar job. I can't believe that the eyes look better in this one than they do in my left hand one. I feel like I still have to fix my left hand one. Let me go back to my left hand. I know what I need to fix about the left hand one that's bothering me. This eye is too wide for some reason. And then the head is just like weird. And I need eye highlights. I shaded the top of the eyes in, but didn't give an eye highlight. So all I have to do is just go, whoops, hang on top of it. Meep. Mwah. That actually didn't make it less creepy. That didn't help either. Why are the eyes so soulless? Why did that happen? I don't know what the problem is, but they just don't look right. Eyes closed is so funny. Low-key, this is the best one. Oh, there we go. Now my neck is long. How did this happen? Looks like they're sticking their neck out a bit. This one does kind of look like I'm sticking my neck out a bit, as does this one. I think I've also used a different color for the line art for this one. For the upside down. Why are you a different color? Wait, where did I draw this? Oh, I drew it on the same layer as the eyes closed. Whoopsie. Hang on, let me fix it so that it's the right color. Like all the others are. Actually, I think the first one might not be black either. For my right hand. Is this the layer where... Nope. I mean, I do have to fix that one if it's not. Oh, it wasn't. To make all of them fully dark. Not that layer, not this layer. This layer. There we go. What is this stray mark? I just have one pink mark in my shoulder. Oh, it's from the left hand. Okay. Let me just delete that, and then I think we're good. If any of you decide to use the template that I had made, I'd be very intrigued to see. Now I want to snoop and see, because I saw people talking about art earlier in here. Was it related? I see some live suggestions. Shroom State, Empire, and Stellaris. Oh! Cute little fungi! Those are good. With concrete also. E.g. is the fun gold. We've got perfect jeans. What is this? Is this technically Shroomate fan art? I feel like it kind of is. An empire has been created in my name. It is an elective monarchy, dictatorial, although we're an autocracy. Concrete is the planet. It's a continental world. E.g. is the fungoid. Perfect genes are budding, communal, talented, psychological infertility. Is that because I'm asexual? Is that why you picked that? Dictatorial goes autarchical. Okay, I see. Philosopher King. Oh, thank you. Ascensionist. Is that the one type of group within the Shroom State, maybe? Xenophile. So I do like people from other places. I'm a pacifist. I'm a spiritualist. That sounds right to me. Psychological infertility means they get sad when they're at war, basically? Oh, okay. What a weird statement, though. Sorry, derailed by mentioning that one of my characters is a neck mouth and posted it in art. Oh, you're good. Don't worry about it. I was just curious as to what was going on. Ascensionist as in God ruler, like Eldritch EG? Maybe. Potentially. EG is also the species? The species are Shroomates. This is the Shroom State, but I am the ruler, but I don't think the entire species can just be me. I don't know if that's how that works. I think my neck is gonna be stuck like this also. If I hit this button, does it fix it? It does. Did you see my head get weird and long? Broadens shoulders menacingly. I'm overloading my encoder by toggling my head size. Does this disturb you? Small head EG. Small head horse EG. Stop undulating at us. Well, I'm an undulate, or an what is the type of horse called? Are those not an undulate or an undugate or something like that? I think they've got a name like that. Hey! Edward said no fun. You have to just be shrunk. Gives plus 25 liter lifespan. Cute. Species is named after EG. I mean, I'm honored on one hand, but on the other hand, your species should just be Shroomates. Because the Shroomates are the creatures. I have to save this and stick it somewhere. Looks like your head is breathing. It might be. I do have to wrap up on time, although the thing I have to keep an eye out for is I need to see that Cresselia is live. Because we are going to, here in a minute, probably raid into the Uma Musume tournament. I'm so excited! It's Glue Eater's time. My Rudolph is going to wreck house. I say with full confidence, knowing that there's probably people who are whales in the tournament, and I'm not one. But let me see if the stream is even live yet, because it might not be. I think they might be starting at 6. We may have a couple more minutes, but let me see. Cresselia. Yeah. Let's see, is it up yet? Oh, wait, hang on. 6 p.m. EDT, so I think we have, like, a couple of minutes before it begin. Although yeah, no, it's not up yet. Dorn. Oh, wait, am I not following Cresselia on Twitch? That's sad. Beat the Whales Force, free to play and low spenders. I will certainly try my very, very best. Oh, audio. No audio. Don't do audio. Leave me alone. No sound effects. There we go. Rudolph better win. The team's called Glue Eaters for a reason. Don't worry, we're not gonna harm them if they don't. If Rudolph does not win, she played hard. She showed up. She did her very, very best. She worked hard. She played hard. We iterated on her many a time, but it may not have been enough. We'll find out if it's enough. Dang it. It's okay. We'll find out. I'm just hoping to have had fun with it. I'm intrigued to see Serena, who is one of my teammates, spent all day, I think, trying to train an Uma. Let me see. Let me go to a place where you can see me looking at things on Twitter while we just quickly snoop. Serena today was... Can you see this? Nope, full monitor. Here we go. Go here. Sadly, can't watch the tournament since I live in the UK and get up at 5 a.m. That's okay. Get your snark me. Thank you for hanging out, though. Response wasn't meant for you. That's okay. This is Serena, one of my teammates. Serena was, started 4 hours ago trying to train a horse, I think. Which may have actually been longer ago than that. And I'm intrigued to see if Serena got a horse done in time. Serena had switched strategies, I think. Serena was training a Teo, but now may actually have a different guy. So we'll find out if that is the truth when we get in there. But I'm excited to see. When the UK is a bad example, I will not be snoring or memeing. I can't yell at you because I'm not going to go to bed on time tonight either. It's a Friday! We can party! If you don't have work at 5 a.m. in your timeline, then it's a Friday! We can hang out, we can party, we can have fun. We don't have to worry about it so much, maybe. Where's my stream manager? So I can see. I just gotta keep an eye for when she does go live because we should go there. We should really go there. That's the place I would like to go. If I just search for her, will it tell me if she's live? Oh, it only searches people who are live. Man, okay. So we wait, so we hang out, so you're stuck with me. We can look at the graphics for things, though. If I find Cresselia here, we can look at all the cute other teammates. Do you guys know anyone else who's competing? Here's Sopralto from my team. There's Serena, who is also in my team. This is Plotty. I know I'm familiar with Plotty. This is Rishuri, who we have raided, I think, at least once. There's Cresselia hiding in the background here. I don't know if I know very many other fellas. I'm familiar with her, but I don't remember what her name is, unfortunately. I think she's an agency VTuber, though I can't remember. Forgot to give you Uma ears. Oh, I just didn't have Uma ears in my PNG that I gave them, which is okay. That's just based on what I had submitted. It's the same PNG that I made for the John Campon tourney a year ago. Because that's like the cutest edited model screenshot I think that I have. I feel very silly though when we do graphics like this because everyone else is so clearly, obviously 2D and stylistically kind of goes together, maybe better because of it. I have so much dimension. Music like you're standing in a shadow behind everyone else, a short person who gets stuck in the back. I think it's because my hand is up. I think my hand would have been too obstructive on top of somebody else, potentially. And that may have been why I was placed back there. Because I think I also caused a problem for Jankin by having my hand up like that for the thumbnail. Also for that. Whoopsie! But I gotta be cute! I'm a peace sign bisexual, so I have to have the peace sign. You can't separate me from my emotional support peace sign is cute. Although I guess I could just make myself a new portrait. That might be easier. Always in the back is my antlers. Oh, Revity, that makes sense too. When I do the thumbnails for the critique streams, I always, if somebody has really wide hair or like big wings or something like that, they always have to go behind the other fellas, and I feel bad about it because it's better for silhouette, but good silhouette when you're trying to arrange a ton of VTubers together does not help. The way your model's skin tone is somehow darker than half the models there. Oh my god, you're right. I think Plotty and I are probably on par, and I think this fella is probably similar, but you are right. VTubers, I don't know if we talk about this enough, and this is not a slight to any of these fellows who are here at all, but I think there is an incredible amount of colorism in VTuber designs, because even me, the EG that I am drawn, I think, paler than what my skin color is. As a real person, which is crazy. I used to be darker, actually, when I was Squiiji 1.0, but I made myself lighter because, as weird as it sounds, my old skin tone for 1.0 was very comparable to my real skin tone, but when I would get skebs, people would make me real tan in a way that made me, like, a little worried the way people might receive those drawings of me, where I don't want people to think that I am pretending to be from somewhere I'm not. I am white. I am white. And as much as, like, white people can get a pretty decent tan, I certainly can. I got that Italian gene in me. The amount that they were darkening my skin tone, they were exaggerating it, and I was like, don't know. Don't know about that. Hello again, I am sorry? Why are you sorry? I am confused. Why are you sorry? It's alright. My Persona's skin is a little darker than it used to be because it fits better with my yellow-brown colors. That's fair. My skin tone also could probably be a little bit darker just for better clarity against my hair. But my skin is already like a tone, I think, darker than my hair itself is. Potentially. To be for real, it's an anime beauty standard, which is an East Asian beauty standard. Yeah, there are probably a lot of reasons as to why that may be happening, but what can you do? I will be the change I wish to see one of these days. I have been thinking for a while about a little bit of a stylistic overhaul of Squiiji at some point. Just because I want to have a more consistent style across all my overlays for better branding at some point, but that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work, and I don't know if I have the time for that right now. I keep waiting to see if it's 6 o'clock. I'm waiting to see if she's gone live yet. Can't use my natural skin color for my model. I'd flashbang people with how pale I am. You being a slime, that might be a little bit uncanny if you were suddenly flesh colored. You being blue, I think, makes sense. Does I leave and come back again? Oh, no, that's fine. You don't have to apologize for leaving and coming back again. I appreciate any time you want to spend here in the shroom state. You're good. Don't worry about it. No apologies necessary around here. You'll know if you need to apologize for something, so I'll be really incredibly stern and upset with someone over something. I make it very obvious. I don't think anyone's ever upset me in a way that needed me to do that, though. Look like a blobfish if I was. Yeah, if you were flesh tone freeform, that'd be scary. That'd be disturbing, mayhaps. Flesh slime. Which I guess that is what depressurized... That is, I guess, yeah, just what depressurized blobfish are. Got a lot of art options if I was rating someone doing art on a Friday, which is surprising. There's a lot of people I haven't gotten to raid in a long time. Trimmy is raiding, or live right now. Who else? Porcelain Maid is doing art right now. There's a lot. Depressurized human. We watched some Mythbusters about the horrors of what can happen if your suit depressurizes. Oh, there we go. They're live. They got it now. It's horrifying. It's scary. Don't accidentally get depressurized in a suit. Noted for next Halloween. Oh, freeform, don't. Not for Halloween. Don't do that. Yeah, glue eaters! Sanizum, that can be, we'll take that as our raid message. Short and sweet, but I'm gonna stick a couple more, little glue sticks maybe at the beginning and end of it. Or wait, no, I won't. Because I can't. It's like not letting me edit it. Let me just, I'll make it myself. Let's see. We'll do glue. No. Click the button. Glue and bounce and glue and bounce. Oh wait, the glue should be the last one. And then caps lock, glue eaters. And then we'll duplicate this and put it next to it. And that should be the raid message. Bam! That's what I want. That's like perfectly a whole line of text too. Copy this, paste it in there. Bam! Oh no, wait, actually that's a little bit too long. Even my short name. Hang on. If you're not rating the event, can you please send the link? Yeah, I can send the link to it also. I am rating into the event though. Let's see, if I go like this might fit just a little bit better. There. Any variation of glue eaters and light and the glue and the me bouncing will be just fine for the raid message. But I'll send a link in the chat first before I vanish, that way we can find it. Well, and YouTube can also go if they want. Bam. So there we go. Now I have my raid message ready and prepared properly. No, I mean Ms. Boss, sorry. How can I have the message? It's okay. You don't have to have the message. I worry. It is okay. I'm not worried. What was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? Oh, link. Link to the stream that it's happening in. Wow, I'm so organized to end here. Thank you for bearing with me. Your flight is only slightly delayed. Let me find Chris. Oh wait, I have it down here. This is where Twitter is right now. If I click this link, that'll give me the link to Chrysalia, which I guess I could also just give Chrysalia a shout out. Whoop. Accidentally is watching it. Shout out! CHRYSALIACSILLA. Bam. Oh, it's all caps. Is it gonna work if it's all caps? Let's find out. No, it doesn't work. Being caps does not work. Oh, it would maybe work better if I spelled shout out right. Wow, I'm really good at this. Why is there an R? Shout out now, maybe. Shout out is spelled correctly now. I guess I'm just not allowed. I guess I can't shout out in all caps. How goofy. I can't do it. I'm a professional streamer. I used to know how to do this. Let me try again. Oh, wait, hang on. Is it slash, right? Oh, thank you. Oh, exclamation point. That's why it didn't work. Thank you. Thank you, Amber. I swear I know how to be a proper VTuber, but I did forget how to do it. There we go. So shout it out. YouTube debuff is affecting me, unfortunately, but now we got it. YouTube, thank you guys for hanging out with me. If you would like to come over with us, I sent you the link to show up in the stream if you would so wish. But I'm gonna go eat my dinner and also watch the tournament. I'm also gonna do an interview, so keep an eye out for me over there. But thank you all for watching today. We'll have a normal week next week. Bye, YouTube Shroommates. Shroom you later, Monday. Twitch Shroommates,